I would love to go back and watch some of the go-home shows to some of the early 90s, because I don't think I've seen many of them. Like the go-home show for WrestleMania 9, or the go-home show for, like, Royal Rumble 1992. I would like to check those out. So, yeah, it was kind of, I don't know why that crossed my mind earlier, but this is the go-home show for SummerSlam. Now, we know that go-home shows are not very exciting. We know that go-home shows can be a little bit dull, and I'm really hoping that that is not going to be the case tonight, but I fear that it could be. As well as that, we know that Raw seems to have shifted in recent weeks. We know that the focus for Raw tends to be for, like, a younger audience. So I'm very much in that mindset. I'm in the mindset of Raw is going to have a lot of silliness. It's going to have a lot of wacky comedy. It's going to be catering for a younger demographic. And we're building towards SummerSlam. I think if you want to watch something that's a little bit older in age, then it seems like NXT, obviously AEW, SmackDown, they seem to be catering for a slightly older demographic. Sometimes, on SmackDown it can still be a bit questionable, but I don't think anything is kind of aimed at the kids as much as what we're seeing from Raw. Case in point would be that there is a match today that's going to see Veer and Shanky versus Drew McIntyre. Now, handicap matches, I don't have a problem with those. I'm not the biggest fan of them. I think if you're going to have one, it should have built up to that, and there should be really no way out of it. It should be that the babyface is desperate to get his hands on the heel, and he'll do anything. And so the heel says, well, okay, face my guys in a handicap match, and then I'll give you that match. Something along the lines of Jericho and MJF. So Jericho wants to get his hands on MJF. MJF says, fine, but you're going to have to beat Wardlow and a mystery person, or something along those lines, right? That's where I see handicap matches making sense. This one has kind of come out of nowhere. There's not really a need for it. It's happening in the week of SummerSlam. I mean, what if Drew gets, like, a major injury? Like, it doesn't make much sense to me as to why it's happening, what's in it for Drew, why has Drew agreed to it? He's got his match anyway. So why has Drew agreed to it? Why is it happening this week, of all weeks, when it's just, the week of SummerSlam? But then, to put the little cherry on top, the stipulation is that if Veer and Shanky win, Drew is not allowed to bring his sword to SummerSlam. He can't bring his sword. The sword that they are so scared of being decapitated. If they win, he's not allowed to bring it. So this story that could have been built all around 3MB. Why wasn't MVP in 3MB? Or built all around 3MB. Has not been built around 3MB. It's been built around Drew and his sword. So this is the point that we're making. You can kind of look at it as being dumb, which is fine. But you can also look at it as it's made for a young audience. It's made for an audience that's going to just accept that, yeah, this fine. This makes sense. This all just makes sense. They're not going to question it. They're going to love it regardless. Drew and his sword look cool. They might want to play with the sword and the figure, and maybe even dress as Drew at Halloween and run around with the sword or whatever. So I kind of feel like it's made for that audience. I can't imagine there's too many adults that are sat there loving this, to be perfectly truthful. So this is why I'm not interested in, like, moaning about it, because there's what's the point? So I see this very much as like a show aimed more at kids, and then you've got SmackDown that just seems to be a little bit older in its age. But either way, very excited for SummerSlam. Whatever goes down tonight, it's not going to change my excitement for SummerSlam. I am genuinely looking forward to that show. It's a massive show at a stadium, one of the biggest wrestling shows of the year, and we are doing it. Of course, we're doing the watch-along for it. Even though UFC is on at the same time, I will be prioritising SummerSlam. We'll probably keep half an eye, a quarter of an eye on UFC that's on at the same time. But we're all about SummerSlam. So just to confirm, SummerSlam this weekend and NXT TakeOver on the Sunday. Of course, SummerSlam is the Saturday night, which is a little bit strange. And TakeOver is the night after, which, again, is a little bit strange. Sometimes you could see people lose on the Saturday and then they stand a chance of showing up on the Sunday. This one, it's a weird way round. So I'm not expecting any NXT involvement. But I do think there's a chance we get Becky. I do think there's a chance that we get Becky. I do think there's a chance they're going to make SummerSlam even bigger than what we all thought. Because, of course, there's a chance that CM Punk is back on Friday. So if Punk comes back on Friday, you would think WWE would want to try and re-grab the headlines on Saturday. There's nothing I can think they can do on Friday other than bring out The Rock on Friday to try and steal the headlines, but I don't think anything, even if you had The Rock, I don't think anything other than CM Punk's return to wrestling is going to be the talk of the town, certainly the talk of the wrestling world. So, yeah, they'll have to probably take that one on the chin and then see what they can do at SummerSlam to try and wrestle the headlines back. Official WWE Ashton Brown Hudson, shout out to you, my friend, says, should Seth versus Edge be 3 stages of hell and Roman versus Cena be a 60-minute Iron Man match? And do you think that Cena will walk out as the new champion? My personal take on that is that we shouldn't see either of those stipulations. Those stipulations, I would say both of them, are stipulations that are for really long feuds. I think both of them are for blow-offs. I think where you've got Roman versus Cena, a straight one-on-one to find out who is the best, I think a normal match is absolutely fine. If this was built on the fact that they'd faced each other before and the Usos had got involved and, you know, maybe Cena wanted a match where we would once and for all be able to prove who is the best. You know, I don't want to do just a normal match because the Usos are going to come down. But I mean, don't forget, Cena wasn't even meant to be in this match. It was meant to be Finn versus Roman. And then obviously Cena came down, signed the contract. So the story that they're telling at the moment wouldn't make an Iron Man match make much sense. You could have gone a completely different way and done an Iron Man match. But I think the story that they're telling, an Iron Man match wouldn't make any sense. Cena only just got this match. You know, Roman said no to him, so this match becoming Iron Man wouldn't really make much sense right now. But I have no issues with seeing an Iron Man. There's definitely a way that you could get there, but I'd have to say no, not for this one. The other one as well, the 3 stages of hell. I mean, again, I don't really know a bigger, more brutal match than that. I mean, we're actually seeing a 3 stages of hell between Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly. So because we're seeing 3 stages of hell between them two at NXT on the same weekend, I wouldn't want to see it again at SummerSlam. Like, I think that's a bit overkill, isn't it, then? You're getting 2-3 stages of hell matches from the same company on the same weekend. So I wouldn't do it for that reason. I also wouldn't do it because I think 3 stages of hell is the blow-off for a feud. So, you know, Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, they've been battling for quite a while now since the Undisputed Era split. And this is how they're looking to end their feud, 3 stages of hell. I don't know that Edge and Cena, Roman and Cena, no, hang on, Seth and Edge, I don't think they're anywhere near the end of this feud. This is something that's built on 2014. I'm amazed we haven't really been seeing footage of that. It's just been referenced, the 2014 stuff. But we haven't been seeing any, like, images or... it's weird, isn't it? They're kind of like... It's sort of like they're mentioning it. This goes all the way back to 2014, and I should have broke your neck back then kind of a thing. But we don't get shown it. So, I don't know. I can't quite get my head around what the storytelling, why they're telling the story that way. But, no, for me, this we haven't gone through a normal match. We haven't gone through a rematch. I mean, you'd probably do a 3 stages of hell by the time we're right at the end of this feud, which honestly could be around, Christmas time. Like, you could easily get a good few months out of this before we're moving on. So I would just hold fire on both of those. And do you think Cena walks out as new champion? I don't. No, I don't. I think that whoever beats John Cena is going to be a made person. I mean, they get a big, big push. No one has beaten Roman for almost a year. I mean, he returned at last year's SummerSlam, went on to win the title, and I think whoever's going to beat him, because no one's beaten him since he's been back. Whoever's going to go on to beat him is going to be a massive, massive deal. It's going to be a big push for them. Maybe not as big as beating The Undertaker's streak, but, Roman's been undefeated since he returned, since he's been a heel. It be the Usos getting involved, or Paul Heyman helping, or just the fact that Roman is an amazing wrestler. Whoever beats him is a made person. John Cena is already a made person. John Cena does not benefit at all from beating Roman Reigns. The only thing he gets is Ric Flair's record. So why would you want to do that? Why would you want to give it to Cena and give that moment to Cena when you've got all this young talent that they have to bring through? They've got to find a way of developing new stars. You can't keep relying on John Cena. You can't keep relying on The Rock. You can't keep relying on the same old faces to come back. I mean, how many times do we keep seeing Goldberg? Like, we keep seeing Goldberg. We keep having to bring back Cena. We keep having to talk about building towards The Rock because there are no big new stars. I mean, the biggest star they've got is Roman Reigns that's been around since 2012. Like, where are the big new stars? They've worked hard on building up Drew, but it's been a bit stop-start. They've put the other titles on Bobby Lashley, right? I mean, like, he's not a new star. Granted, he might be new to being champion and being, pushed as hard as what he is, but where are the big new stars? So you've got to start building people. Like, desperately, you've got to start building people. They're doing a nice job with Riddle. I think the work they're doing with Riddle is very good. But over on SmackDown, they tried a little push for Cesaro. It didn't work. Like, you've got Big E right there. Big E with a briefcase right there. I personally would have Roman retain probably now till WrestleMania. I would keep the title on him. Do Rock versus Roman. Have Roman beat The Rock, right? This makes Roman absolutely huge. Then have Big E cash in. Then have Big E cash in. And then what you can do is Big E is the one that finally beat Roman. It still allows Roman to say, you wouldn't have done that if it was a normal match. And then you build to a WrestleMania Backlash rematch that will be monster. Can Big E beat Roman without the cash in? Is Big E rightfully the champion, or did he chance it? Did he just get it? So I would personally go that way, because I think that that's way bigger than putting the title on John Cena. Personally, I think there's a lot of fans that would like to see the title on John Cena, but this is Roman's time. Cena's had his time, so I really wouldn't go that way. No, there's a lot of Cena fans that would like for it to go that way, but I think for the benefit of building new stars and long-term story, it's better if we don't, to be honest. Great questions, though. Love those. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Let's go down. Did you hear that Sasha versus Bianca at SummerSlam could be off? Yeah, there's something like they're not at a house show. They weren't at the house show the other day. So they did a massive house show. I kept seeing images of it on Twitter. But and apparently it was announced that they weren't there. So I don't know if this is something to do with COVID or what's actually going down with it. But yeah, I have heard a few rumblings that there's some problems with that, which would be a shame. But in all fairness, it's a rematch of WrestleMania, and it's a match where I don't see Sasha winning it, to be honest. I wish that we were seeing Sasha winning matches. I just don't feel that Sasha is a problem for Bianca. I mean, they haven't done a very good job of making me feel like Bianca's losing that match. I kind of think that Bianca, we've seen her wrestle on a more regular basis. Obviously, Sasha hasn't been around much since WrestleMania. Bianca won at WrestleMania. There's no reason to think that Bianca won't win again. We're not seeing... this isn't really like a new Sasha. I know Michael Cole was trying to make out like this is a new Sasha during the contract signing. This is a more vicious Sasha. That's clearly what was in the script for him to say. That's clearly what Vince wants to get across, that this is a new, more vicious Sasha. But that doesn't show itself in her mannerisms. So when she comes to the ring, it's the same Sasha. Like, cutting the same promos, wearing the same, outrageous, kind of really nice, eye-catching fashion that she tends to. She doesn't tend to come down in like a Sasha t-shirt and whatever. Like, she comes down in like some, kind of catsuit or something like this, sparkly number. It's the same Sasha that we've always seen. I mean, I can't say that she's more vicious now. It's not as if she's causing blood and ripping people's heads open or coming down with a baseball bat or anything like this. So it feels like they're trying to get across that this is a new Sasha, but not with actions, with words, and that ain't gonna work, is it? So they need to try and convince us, because I am not convinced in the slightest that this is a Sasha that's any different than what we've seen before. So I must admit, if that does get dropped, it's not the end of the world for me. I just don't believe that this Sasha is any different, and that Bianca can't win that match. But I'm more interested in Cena and Roman. There's definitely a chance that Cena can win it because he's so popular, so over. And also, I think WWE, I think Harley mentioned it, maybe Febin as well, about the fact that they could be petty. I mean, they could give it to Cena out of pettiness because of Ric Flair. Ric Flair currently holds the record for multiple-time champion with 16. I think he's tied with Cena. If Cena wins at SummerSlam, he'll get the record on his own. They could be petty about it. And I really hope they're not, because we are talking about something very significant. And I don't mind Cena having that record on his own, but I just kind of think, like, you're really throwing away something quite juicy in order to do that. So it's not the way that I would go. Shahid, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Appreciate the support. Mitchell, shout out to you, buddy. Says, hey, Days, hope you are well. I took some time off for a summer vacation. Very nice. Between semesters. If you had to say yes or no, do you think CM Punk is back on Friday? Yes. Yeah. If I had to say yes or no, then yes. There's maybe an outside chance. And even when I say that, I would say it's slim that he's not there. I think there's so much talk. There's so much hype. There's been a few little teases. If he's not going to be there, AEW have really backed themselves into a corner here, because there's been no statement from them. Tony Khan could easily come out and say, look, I'm seeing the hype around CM Punk on Friday, but I have to tell you that we don't have a deal in place. Now, it's difficult to know, would he do that? Because it's great free press. Do you deal with the backlash when it comes? There will be one. If he's not there on Friday, there'll be a lot of moaning and complaining, but there'll also be a monster rating. So do you keep teasing it, or even though he's not going to be there, just to get the rating and upset people? Or do you come out and say, listen, I don't want people getting their hopes up. It's not what we're about. I've got to let you know we have no agreement in place. I mean, you could still make that statement. You're still going to get a monster rating because people aren't going to believe it, but at least you've said it. So, I don't know. I'm a little bit torn about, would he say or not? Would he say or not that CM Punk was there if he wasn't? Either way, makes no difference. I think he's there. Everything is pointing to him being there. There's too many details. There's way too many details. We know he's getting $12 million a year. We know that it's a multi-year contract. We know that he's going to be involved with Darby Allin. We know way too much for this to just be fake news, for this to just be nothing. The details are too in-depth. So I think, yes, he's there. I think WWE are, there's even talk about WWE not countering it. There's even talk about how WWE are not going to be doing anything extra special on Friday in order to try and steal the headlines. I've just read those articles earlier today. So it seems like everyone is aware this is happening. It's going to be massive for AEW, and let's see what happens to their ratings. Basically, let's see what it happens to the company. I mean, CM Punk being around is a game changer. If they were at level 1, level 2 before, they're now at level 4. Like, they've just absolutely skyrocketed. So it's going to be massive for them. It's going to result in big ratings. It's going to result in more exposure. It's going to result in loads of articles. I mean, the press from it as well. People that might not have heard of AEW, fans that might have heard of it but aren't interested. All of these people, like walkers from the walk-in, they're just going to start making their way back to AEW, even if it's just for a week or 2 weeks, just to see, who's back, what's it like, is it edgy enough for them? AEW has got to make sure that it is putting out really, really compelling content that's going to really catch people's eyes and make sure that they come back, not just for Punk, but because they like the promotion. And there's every chance that, personally, I think AEW has got a decent product. I don't know if it's going to be strong enough to keep people around. We're going to find out. I think we're all expecting a massive number, but then also a big drop-off. I mean, no way am I expecting it to go up and stay there. I'm expecting a big spike in interest, and then people will have seen what they wanted to see. Right, he's back, he's doing his little story thing, brilliant, and then they'll just move on with their lives, and, there'll be a drop-off. But how great is that drop-off? If I'm Tony Khan right now, it's the drop-off, which I know is coming. How do I minimize that? How do I make sure that it gets up there and then flat lines as high as possible? Because what you wouldn't want is, you wouldn't want to be down here at say 1 million, you get to 1.8, 2 million, and then it goes right back down to 1 million. You wouldn't want that. So if I'm Tony Khan, I've got to find a way of trying to get that to level off as high as possible. So I'd imagine there's been lots of meetings about how Punk's brought in, what the show looks like, what are the demographics saying, what is it that people want, what is it that Punk fans might want, what does Punk think that his fans would want. Hopefully they've had many conversations with CM Punk about not only how he's being brought in, but what should his story look like, what does he think the show. I'd ask him about the show. I'd ask him about everything. I'd be like, look, your fans better than us. What is it that your fans are going to want to see from the show? We want a show that's going to really appeal to them, that's going to keep them coming back. And if there is just a little shift on a few things, then, maybe they'll be open to doing it. I know that Punk has actually been very vocal about the... he says that no one should do suicide dives apart from Darby Allin, which I've got to admit, I reckon Tony Khan would listen to CM Punk. I am really, really hoping that Tony Khan and CM Punk actually sit down and have some really lengthy conversations, because Punk might get through where no one else is able to get through, right? There is just so many problems with modern wrestling, not just AEW, but one of them being there's so many suicide dives all the time, right? Because they're eye-catching, they look great, blah, 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 right? Everyone can do them. And, they're just, they jump through the ropes, and it's good to go to commercial. It's kind of an exciting move that's like, wow, look at this, right? We'll be back after this break. And they just get overused. And CM Punk says, only Darby Allin should do them. He's got the best, when Darby does it, it looks like he's trying to kill you. No one else looks like they're trying to kill you. It just looks lazy. So, I'd love to see those greatly reduced. I know he was saying as well he hates where there's multiple people outside and someone jumps onto them, they all catch them. So I'd love to see that like greatly reduced and removed. In fairness, I haven't seen it much in AEW since they went back on the road. They were relying on it quite a bit during the pandemic, but haven't seen it much since they've gone back on the road. But yeah, I'd love to just, hopefully we can get CM Punk making some movements like on these things. Because I feel like AEW is kind of there or thereabouts, but for me it's a very loose picture, AEW. Like, it's never perfectly straight in my eyes. Whenever I watch AEW, it's kind of, I can see the talent, I can see some of the stories, but it's kind of like a picture on the wall. It's like at an angle. Like, you just want to like straighten it up a little bit. You just want it to look like a bit better. You just want it to be a bit tighter. You just want it to be like a little bit sharper. But it's always like just a bit loose for me. So yeah, I think CM Punk could really bring some very interesting perspectives, and I'd love it if he would sit down with Tony Khan and hopefully we can get things tightened. I think everyone would agree that CM Punk is going to make that product better, but he could do it in quite a few ways. So yeah, I think he's there. To answer your question, Mitchell, I think he's there. And I'm looking forward to it. We will be watching that as well, of course. So we will be watching Rampage. We will be watching SmackDown. We'll be all over it. We'll be all over everything. Official WWE Ashton Brown Hudson, shout out to you, said, do you think we finally see Lily as a real person? If so, who do you think they will give the persona to? And any comments Cena should win the IC title? Okay, interesting. So Lily, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of that storyline, so I'm maybe not the best person to ask about it. But do I think Lily should be a real person? Personally, yes, because I'm not a fan of the doll. I don't think the doll... I think the doll's got limits. So even if I was into the Lily story, you're not going to have the doll running around causing trouble or jumping at people, because how are you going to do that? Like, in front of a live audience... How are you going to do that? Like, all Lily's going to be able to do is, like, rise up, like, backstage, or, like, peer from behind a box while someone kind of, holds her that you can't see them. They're behind the box and they, like, peer her out or something like this. It's all going to be very small little things. I know they had a wink using, like, CGI as a little distraction. Like, there's probably other CGI things that you could do. You could have a turn ahead or smile or... something along those lines, but it's at the end of the day, it's still going to be her in the corner, not physically moving or doing anything. Do we want to see a puppet running around? Like, I suppose visually it'd be quite interesting to see how they did it, but I don't know. This storyline, it's just not for me personally. I would rather see a human person. I think you could do something quite dark and interesting. I think, you could get someone maybe like a Liv Morgan. I think Liv Morgan with... I'm trying to think of someone that's young, that's capable in the ring, that would knock it out the park if they had a gimmick like that. And we've already seen Liv Morgan, like, embrace social media and actually show that she can get into that cryptic side of things. We've already seen that she, can do those kind of vignettes. Do you remember her in the bath? That kind of caught people's eye because she was quite good at the character stuff. I mean, Alexa's been very, very good at bringing this character to life. The problem for me has always been I've not been a fan of the character. But no knocking of how Alexa has actually delivered that character on screen. So, yeah, I'd probably look at it being someone like Liv Morgan. If you're not going to go with Liv Morgan, then you might want to go with... some other young talent from NXT. I feel like it should be someone quite young. I wouldn't want to be seeing, like, Dana Brooke doing it. Like, to me, that becomes, I don't know, hard to... It needs to be someone that hasn't really had much of a character yet. I don't think Liv Morgan's had much of a character. She's just been in... Liv Morgan, to me, is someone that could be quite easily influenced. I kind of feel that she is someone that is a bit directionless. She used to be in a group and now she's not, and now she's on her own and she's a bit lost. Kind of feel that Alexa could be that older sister and could like enjoy having her around and turn her into Lily. Do you know what I mean? Give her a makeover and, Liv just goes with it. So I would try to get away from the spooky doll thing. It's not working. I mean, I'm not seeing people, like, losing their mind about it online. You got a few people into it. There'll be a few people into pretty much anything you put out there. But, this ain't doing it for me. I don't know that it's doing it for many people either. So I think, let's make it human. Let's move the story forward. And I like the idea that you go with someone like Liv Morgan. In regards to Cena winning the IC title, I would do it. I would go with Cena because I think then he becomes a grand champion. I think also if you've got someone, whoever's got the Intercontinental belt, which is Nakamura right now, you're guaranteeing that has got, has a big match for someone. Whoever has the Intercontinental belt is going to be that level below main event. So them working with Cena is huge. Any Cena match is huge. And what I like about it is that it means that your title match, which would be Roman, would be huge. And then you've got your Cena match that's going to be huge. So you're getting a couple of huge matches on the same pay-per-view. Say next year at WrestleMania, we do Rock versus Roman. There's no reason why you can't do Nakamura versus Cena. I mean, that's what it would be right now. It wouldn't have to be that. You could have anyone having that Intercontinental Championship, but it makes sense why John would want the belt because he's never held it. So it makes sense as to why he's going for the belt. But it's also a massive match for whoever's going to face him just below that main event scene. So you get in big championship match, you get in a Cena Intercontinental match. Obviously, then you get in the women's matches as well. Like, that card will fill out quite quickly. And don't forget, those mid-card titles don't always make it to the main show. Like, sometimes the United States Championship might be on the kickoff show. Sometimes they might save it for the SmackDown or Raw, either side of the pay-per-view now. Like, it's not always guaranteed that you're going to get WWE title match, Universal title match, United States Championship match, Intercontinental match, SmackDown Women's, SmackDown Raw, Tag Team Raw, Tag Team SmackDown, like Women's Tag Team. If you was to just do the big titles on the two main brands, you've already got 9 matches. So there's not a guarantee. I suppose where WrestleMania is 2 days, it does kind of guarantee it. I don't actually know if next year's WrestleMania is 2 days, though. But either way, I definitely would look to put Cena in that Intercontinental. You'd guaranteed a massive match, and the Intercontinental is never guaranteed to be a massive match. Good, like it. Nigel, very sick today, but enjoying the streams. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. I hope you get better very, very soon. I've had a few people actually telling me today that they've got a few issues. So, yeah, I don't know if there's like a flu thing going around. I hope it's obviously not COVID or COVID related. Obviously, I'm hoping we're, as a world, moving away from that now that the vaccine's being rolled out. So, hopefully it's nothing major, buddy. Shout out to you. Mitchell said Lily is going to unmask and will be revealed to be Pinocchio. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I always get sent those clips after, like, what do you think of this? Like, people showing me, like, Lily winking, Lily sitting up and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, I don't know what to say. All I can say is that for me, personally, if I was to sit down and show a non-wrestling fan that kind of stuff, I would, hand on heart, be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. I think back to, like, when I was at school and I used to get flack for watching wrestling. And I'd always passionately defend it because I never thought that it was uncool. I always thought that it was just great. I mean, first of all, at school, I thought it was real, right? So, my bad. But in fairness, a lot of people did because kayfabe was protected back then. And then, as got older and, got wiser and learnt the truth. I mean, we're talking around that time, it was the Attitude Era. And honestly, everyone thought wrestling was cool. So it was no problem at all. So when I was a kid, everything felt cool to me and I genuinely thought it was all cool. Then we got to the Attitude Era. Then when we come out of Attitude Era, we've got Ruthless Aggression. And then I did go through a period of time where I was I was working a lot and I wasn't able to watch the show like week in, week out. But I mean, I have to admit, I do think the Lily stuff, the Alexa stuff, you know, this is difficult to show a friend that's not a wrestling fan, unless they're a kid. Like, if you used to, like, yeah, do you want to come round? We'll put Raw on, we'll have a few beers. I don't know that conversation is happening, like, that much anymore. So, but equally, I have to say this, I don't think WWE care. I don't think that's the market that Vince is going for, so it's not a problem to Vince. This isn't a problem. Like, this isn't something that it's not, I don't think that Vince is trying to get at an adult market and completely failing. I just don't think he's trying for that market at all. I think in his mind, this is sports entertainment. It's something that he can position for kids, because adults now have maybe moved on to UFC. Maybe adults have moved on to UFC. They've moved on to New Japan or AEW, and he's quite happy to not fight for that market. Not for Raw, anyway. I think, you know, Fox want SmackDown to be a little bit older in its theme. But, yeah, I kind of think that Vince ain't going for that. So, why criticise it? Why criticise it? Why moan about it and worry about it and get stressed about it and upset about it when I don't think he's trying to make it for that adult market anyway. Mitchell, shout out to you. Ricky said, Days, are you going to do UFC and SummerSlam? We'll do both. I mean, in all fairness, it'll be a case that it'll be branded SummerSlam. I have to go with what I think the majority of people are going to be wanting to watch. And I think for this channel, the majority of people will be wanting to watch SummerSlam. I think the card for UFC looks all right. Doesn't look bad at all. So we will definitely have that on as well. I mean, SummerSlam, I watched that on the network. Can have that there. UFC, BT Sport, can have that on over there. So we'll keep an eye on both. But yeah, I said earlier that it'll be branded SummerSlam. We'll keep like our eyes on SummerSlam. But yeah, we'll be paying attention to UFC as well. It's one of those things. I mean, I knew this weekend was going to be a problem as soon as WWE announced they were moving to a Saturday. I mean, that is a problem for us here because we do UFC every single weekend. I'm passionate about UFC. We've got a great UFC community. I always prioritize UFC over any boxing or anything that's going on. There's never normally any WWE on like a Saturday night. So it's not really been an issue, to be honest. I mean, we had maybe a slight problem during WrestleMania, but I can't even remember if a show ran that weekend. So it's just really unfortunate. So yeah, we've got to go with one. Something's got to be on the thumbnail, of course. And yeah, if I have to choose, I have to go with what the majority will probably want us to watch, and that would be SummerSlam. You think WWE is missing a stable like NWO or Nexus, says King Rail. It's hard to answer, isn't it? Because I don't think WWE are trying to please that adult market. So if we were to sit down and go, right, let's make Raw work for us, for adults, yeah? All the adults out there that are watching, people that are in, like, 18 or older, 16 or older, whatever, yeah? Let's say that we want Raw to be cool, the kind of thing that you'd want to show your friends, the kind of thing that you'd want to be proud of saying that you watch, yeah? Because, I mean, if I was to, like, you know, meet up with friends or whatever, I wouldn't be mentioning that I'm watching Raw and all this kind of stuff. Like, this is, for me, where wrestling can get a bit of a bad name. To be honest, I'm just being perfectly honest. To me, this is where, you know, you watch that. What are you watching that for? Isn't that a kid's show? Like, I can hear these comments from my friends. I could hear people saying this, and there is no way that I could defend it now with where Raw is. But I keep coming back to that same point. I don't think Vince cares. I don't think Vince wants the adult market anymore. I don't think he wants adults. I don't think he's interested in that demographic. If they watch, then brilliant. But if they don't watch Raw, it's not a problem. He is looking at kids. He is looking at pester power. He wants the kids asking for the merch. Like, maybe he's got numbers that show adults buy I don't know, on average 10 shirts a year, but kids buy 20. Maybe he's got numbers that show that adults watch, 3 hours of TV a night compared to kids that watch 6. Like, maybe there's numbers that show UFC and football and basketball and streaming services have taken the adult market away, but kids are, not as focused on Netflix. Maybe kids aren't as focused on streaming services. Maybe they're more focused on video games and Fortnite, and Vince thinks, well, I could compete with that. Like, my product's different to Fortnite. Like, I'm not competing against UFC. I'm not competing against streaming services for the adults. I'm just competing against Fortnite and PS5 and things like that. I don't know. This is just me, speaking out loud off the top of my head. There has to be something that says to Vince, this is the way to go. So, do I think that WWE are missing a stable like NWO and Nexus? Sure. If you want it to be cool, credible, and cater to adults. If you don't, then no. No, they're not particularly missing it. They're not particularly missing it. Not on Raw. I mean, on Raw, I don't even know what they're missing, because I don't know. If you're trying to get kids, we have to completely change our thinking here. If you're Vince McMahon and you want kids to watch Raw, then what is Raw missing? It becomes a completely different conversation. Imagine you work for WWE, you sat in the boardroom, yeah? You sat at the table, right? You've got your pad, you got your pen, you sat there, right? And you're going to talk about Raw, okay? You've finally made it to the boardroom, and you're going to talk about Raw. What does Raw need, right? You've got all these ideas, right? What we could do, right, is we could bring back like an NWO. We could do an invasion, right? We could bring up NXT talent. We could reform Undisputed Era, have them invade, or we could do something with Adam Cole. We could bring back Finn Balor's demon character, have him run riot. We could bring back Bray. Like, you've got all these thoughts, yeah, so many things, right? We could do the Fun House. We could do, oh my God, maybe we won't go back with Retribution, but when they first came in, they were trashing everything. Like, maybe we should have gone with that a bit more. So, all this. And Vince walks in the room, right? Sits down, he goes, right, before we're going to start, yeah, I just want you to know, I want your ideas, I want to hear what you've got to say, but Raw is aimed at kids. It's a kids show. I am not interested in trying to attract adults, okay? I want it aimed at kids. I want ideas that are going to cater for kids, things that they're going to think are really cool, things that kids will be into, like we've got Fortnite and stuff like this. So I'm looking for things like the superheroes, like Nikki A.S.H. I'm looking for the dripsticks. I'm looking for throwing tomatoes in the ring. I'm looking for Symphony of Destruction matches. I'm looking for Omos, who's 7 foot tall. I'm looking for, all of these kind of things. Drew with a sword. Yeah, and we're going to use that sword to get across that he could behead anyone at any time. Yeah, and he's dangerous when he's got the sword. These are the kind of ideas I've got. So what should we do? If at that point you go, shall we bring in someone like NWO? I'm pretty sure Vince McMahon's going to thanks, but no thanks. Wish you all the best on your future endeavours, to be honest. Because I just don't think Vince is thinking that way. Worth it. I mean, Nexus, NWO, it's all ruthless aggression, attitude era stuff. And I don't think Vince is interested in that one iota. Like, he is firmly looking at silliness and kid stuff. And, if you turn around and go, listen, Doink the Clown. Kids loved Doink the Clown. Like, he was an evil clown. He'd come down, he'd interact with the kids. He'd be, spraying them with the flour. And, he'd come down with the water and the sand. Like, is there something we could do there? Could we bring, a Doink-like character? How about we have a faction that's a circus? And we have, a juggler and a clown. And we have someone on one of those bikes unicycles and we do like a circus faction. Because, that's something that we could make quite interesting, and kids would love it. Now, adults would want that to be very dark, but I don't think Vince would want to go that way. I don't think Vince would want it to be dark. I think Vince would want that to be a circus with a clown and a juggler and someone on a unicycle, someone on stilts, yeah? And they can all wrestle, and they all get, like, a clown entrance, and, like, I think Vince would go for that. But it wouldn't be dark. Don't go thinking this is going to be like Fiend, Twisted. Like, it's only going to get as dark as Alexa does right now. Yeah? That's as dark as we're willing to go. So, this is why I think we got to, really change our thinking as to what Vince wants now. You could say NWO Nexus for, maybe a SmackDown. You might get away with it with SmackDown. I kind of feel that SmackDown and Fox seem to want to go a little bit older, because they're a bit more sports-based. But I don't... There's nothing that I'm really seeing on Raw that's making me think that Vince wants anything other than, kids. I mean, Arcade Bro. Do you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. It's fine. At least Arcade Bro's got a bit of comedy that works for adults in it. Arcade Bro, I think's all right. But, I don't think Vince is looking for Attitude Era. I can't see Val Venus coming back anytime soon. I can't see Al Snow, Big Boss Man, and those kind of storylines coming back anytime soon. In fact, I'm in a way, I'm just really grateful that I kind of grew up with the wrestling that I grew up with. This feels to me a little bit more like 92, 93 era, which I love. But I must admit, as an adult now, I think if I was to go back and watch some of that, I probably would struggle with a lot of it now. Like Doink. Look at Doink. Doink was around during that time. We moved away from, we brought in the likes of Yokozuna and all this, but I don't know that it was a bit more childish, wasn't it? And we were starting to see, Diesel coming in and, Duke the Dumpster Drosy. And we were starting to see these gimmicks that were, people's jobs. And we were seeing, a wrestling monk with Friar Ferguson. And we were seeing, Mantar. And, all this kind of stuff. I kind of feel that that's where we've gone back to. We've gone back. And Vince has always been this way. He's always been this way. This shouldn't really surprise us. What happened during the Attitude Era was completely out of the norm. And what happened during Ruthless Aggression was sort of the come down from the Attitude Era. But other than that, Vince has always tried to aim this product at kids. I mean, think about, he had Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. One of the most iconic wrestlers of all time. He had Dusty, and he brought Dusty in as a polka dot wearing guy that used to clap around and interact with the crowd, and he didn't bring him in as the great wrestling legend, multiple time NWA world champion, fierce rival of the Horsemen, fierce rival of Ric Flair. He didn't bring him in as that. He brought him in as a polka dot wearing guy that used to dance around and all this kind of stuff, so it's Vince has always been that way. He's always been sports entertainment. He's never bothered about the wrestling side. They don't call it wrestling. They call it sports entertainment. They don't call them wrestlers. They call them superstars. He's always been that way. So this is just where we are with Raw. Hogan was aimed at kids. Yeah, Hulkamania was very much aimed at kids. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. It's interesting because, I got into wrestling as a kid. I don't know too many adults that got into it. It tends to be you get into it as a kid because it's always positioned itself and catered itself for kids. So Vince, is... I think what's happened, though, is we've taken a real hard swerve. I don't know why this year in particular. It didn't feel like we were aiming at kids as much during the pandemic. Or even just before. I would say this year, the past 6 months in particular, really feels like we've took a hard swerve. I mean, do you remember when those zombies were eating the Miz. I kind of feel, for me, the alarm bells started ringing when we started to go really into supernatural stuff, right? That was something that I was very vocal about. Everyone knows that I wasn't crazy about when we started going really supernatural. And then then we started to see, like, the zombies. So when we're starting to see, like, the black goo being coughed up, it's very reminiscent of, like, Papa Shango. But Papa Shango didn't do all that much stuff. Like, Papa Shango had black goo bleed from the head of Ultimate Warrior. He made Ultimate Warrior throw up. But, I mean, really outside of that, there wasn't loads that Papa Shango was doing. We've seen Alexa do a lot more than what Papa Shango did. So, I kind of felt that, like, I know this is Bruce Pritchard. This has got Bruce Pritchard's fingerprints all over it. Bruce Pritchard has said on his podcast that he loved the Papa Shango character and he wished that they had gone further with it. And so, this was ages ago. And surprise, surprise, he goes back to WWE and now we get a Papa Shango-like character that goes further than what Papa Shango did. Now, it doesn't take a genius to put the pieces together and go, right, Bruce Pritchard's got in Vince's ear, and that's why we've got what we've got, right? So, I kind of felt that at that point, things were changing. And then when we got the zombie moment, where they were feasting on the Miz, and everyone was like, what the flip is this? That also felt like a kind of a change, a moment that the show changed. So that felt, I know it was a tie-in with a film, I know it was a tie-in with a movie, but seeing zombies eating the Miz, like, I don't even know what they were doing. Miz was lying there and they were all, yeah. I don't know what they were meant to be doing. And then Miz was in a wheelchair afterwards, because apparently he is legit injured, but still they tied it in with that. And then, obviously, as a result of that, we started to see the dripsticks coming in. That felt like a change. Around that same time, we're getting Nikki becoming Nikki A.S.H. and this kind of superhero. And her speeches, her promos are mental, where she's, like, constantly talking about believe in yourself. I'm not really a hero. I'm almost a superhero, and you can almost be a superhero. It's like John Cena Max. That's what it is. John Cena, who used to say never give up and all this kind of stuff. She's kind of taken that even further. So, yeah, for me, this is where, like, I saw the changes kind of coming in. But, yeah, I'd say the past few months, it's really hit home that that's where we are. So, you know, it is what it is. Wrestling's always kind of catered to kids. You know, it's always been a big demographic. I mean, in a way, it's really smart because if you can get kids, they'll stick with the program like we all have. And as some of us maybe lose interest and drift away, it's not a problem. Just keep bringing the kids in. They'll stick with it for years and years and years. And, you know, that'll sustain the fan base. You know, it's maybe he feels that that's a sustainable future for WWE. He could honestly be looking at AEW right now, and this is where it gets very interesting. He could be looking at AEW right now thinking, they haven't got a clue what they're doing. He could be looking at them thinking, it's all well and good getting 1.5 million, but first of all, you're going to lose some of them at some point. Like, they're going to lose interest. Adults, if they're not entertained, they will drift away. Their support isn't as unwavering as children. So it could be that he's sitting there thinking that they're going down the wrong road, and they've been going down the wrong road for a long time, and that they should actually be catering their product more to children. So it's very, very interesting. The other thing that's interesting is I really need to go and change the channel because I haven't actually got the TV set up because it wasn't working earlier. So I was meant to do this about 10-15 minutes ago. I was going to say, let me just go and sort this and then I'll come back. But we just got onto like a massive conversation and I couldn't leave. So I am going to leave. We are 3 minutes away from Raw beginning. I'm literally just going to change the channel over so we're set up. By the time we get back, Raw will be ready to go. And then we can talk about the show. This is the go home for SummerSlam. We are doing SummerSlam. Very much looking forward to it. Tonight we've got Veer and Shanky versus Drew. We've got Randy Orton versus Omos. We've got Goldberg and Bobby Lashley. face to face. So I'll be back in a second. Boom. Works. Right, so we are just moments away from going over to Raw. As I said before, I tried to change the channel. It wasn't changing. I was like, ah! So I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure if I turn it off and just leave it for a bit, it should work. So we've got, sometimes our cable box can overheat a little bit and it causes a bit of drama. So, yeah, we're sorted anyway. We're ready for the show. Hope people are looking forward to tonight. Should be interesting. Plenty going on. Final build towards SummerSlam. LSW, shout out to you. Austin, shout out to you. Hello, Anna as well. Hello to it. I don't feel like I've said hello to anyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is well. And as we said, excited for the show ahead. Days I'm going to SmackDown on the 27th. Have fun, Brody. Have fun, my friends. Days, with the old school TV, you have to get up and manually change it. It's not that. We've got one box in our house that has the Sky stuff on it and the BT Sport. And in order to change what TV is showing it, you have to swap the cables over. And it was causing problems earlier. So just pointless drama, just first world problems. Right, we are going over to the show right now, and I actually don't know. I haven't heard who's opening or starting the show. Haven't seen that information. So, it'll be interesting. Hopefully we start with something good and tasty. Could be Lashley and Goldberg. They're showing last week Randy Orton making his way out. Did you see CM Punk's Instagram story? He tweeted 3 numbers, 5, 11, and 21. Potentially the 3 summers of Punk. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think he's on his way, isn't he? I mean, I don't think he needs to tease it, to be honest. It's gonna get people excited. But I should imagine people are excited anyway. I don't read wrestling news. I get it off YouTube. I watch. Are you a casual? I troll casual. So if I'm casual, am I a casual? Are you a casual? I don't understand what you mean, buddy. I wouldn't class myself as casual. Well, certainly not a casual WWE fan. I mean, I'm a casual fan when it comes to New Japan. I don't really watch that. I try to keep up with things, but I don't watch it. But I wouldn't class myself. I'm certainly not a casual WWE fan. We watch all of their shows. With the exception maybe of NXT UK and main event. 205 Live if it's still going. Harry said, Days, do you think Punk will be on AEW Rampage? Yes. Alarm. Is it alarm? Is it ringing away? Boom. Don't say Corbin sucks. Do you think Sasha Banks' faction is temporary until the draft? Do you think Sasha Banks' faction is temporary until the draft? I do see Carmella Zelina moving to Raw. I think it's temporary. I didn't even really consider it a faction. So I don't know if they're gonna give her a faction. That could be interesting, but I didn't really count it as or class it as that. I suppose it was. Yeah, I didn't get vibes it was permanent. Actually, on this Raw, I want to see the new Elias. I never watched The Walking Dead. I saw a man's guts and I saw a pig get cut and I have to feed 2 walkers. Yeah, it can be pretty brutal. Moldy Spoon said, I'm looking forward to Carrion, Keith, Bobby, Drew, and pre-Sheamus. I ignore the rest. Right, here we go. My son loves Cena more than me, says a sign in the crowd. Right, Randy is starting us off. Talk to me. Okay, here's Orton. There's the CGI snake. Days, read this. What are you expecting tonight? Not expecting anything. I'm expecting go home show. Not expecting any surprises. Just expecting a go home show for SummerSlam. I think the matches are pretty much done. It's just going to be the final touches. So yeah, I mean it'll be all right. Show will be all right. There'll be, I mean it's 3 hours long. There'll be something in there for everyone, you know. Goldberg and Bobby Lashley face to face. I mean, shout out to you. Hope you are well. According to Ringside, it was confirmed by Dave that Cena and Roman did not know what each other was going to say. It didn't feel scripted. It felt like there might have been some points that they did check with each other backstage, like the Nikki Bella line and stuff like that. But I mean, if they didn't check it and Cena was like, say whatever you want, I think he had to know that was going to come. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to think about what could they throw at me? What could he say? And the Nikki Bella one's just low-hanging fruit in it, really. Would you like to see Sasha, Bianca, Naomi faction on SmackDown holding all of the gold? That seems like a too strong of a faction, really. I suppose you could, but who's going to take that on? Who's battling that? I don't know. Who would battle that? I mean, you wouldn't want to be putting Charlotte and everyone else over there, because then one show's got too much talent. Don't know. Hard to book that. Ryan said, Days, how is your day? RK, bro, are peng. Oh, they're peng, mate. Total peng. Hope you're well, Ryan. So, we're still going down this road of Orton and Riddle not being on the same page. Orton said he doesn't need a friend. He said he would have beaten AJ with or without Riddle. If Raw is for kids, why release Strowman? Would you like to see the Authority 2.0? If Strowman, it was a good point made by Jim Cornette that if you've got a giant like Strowman, you can't then have a giant like Omos on the same show, because if Strowman's whole gimmick is meant to be that Strowman is the big unstoppable monster, then what is Omos? So Jim Cornette made the point, which I thought was very interesting. As soon as Omos turned up, he feared that Strowman, or he thought, I say feared, probably didn't fear it, but he thought that Strowman's days were going to be numbered, because you would only want one Andre the Giant. Like, you wouldn't want like 2 Andre the Giants, and you only want really like 1 Omos. I know they've got Shanky around, but Shanky's not established, is he? I mean, Shanky is very disposable. I don't know what they're going to do with him, to be honest. But yeah, if Braun's whole thing is that he is the monster amongst men, he is, you know, the giant, and you know, you're going to have well, Shanky and Omos towering over Strowman now. So the amount of money that he was being paid, the contract that he had, seems like it was just an easy decision to, well, maybe not easy, but the decision was made to save that money because they've already got giants. Okay, so Randy Orton saying RK, and before he gets a chance to say, oh, Riddle's music hits, bro. And again, you know, Riddle really being pushed hard. We've been talking about how they've not been building new stars very well, but this is one exception. I think what they've done with Riddle has been brilliant. Days, did you see Omega and Andrade? I saw clips of it, yeah. I saw clips of it. What team would you want to see against the Mysterios? I don't mind the Usos doing that little feud. Just not the biggest fan of Dominic. I don't think Dominic is main roster for me. Okay, so we've got Riddle and Orton. Riddle said, you're just teaching me. You think I was teaching you? So Riddle said, I was doing RKOs, but I wasn't doing it right. So you had to come back and teach me how to do it right. I've learnt my lesson. Maybe we can give the team thing another chance. Stone Cold Randy Orton says, Rest with Andy, hope you're well. LSW said, RK Bro teamed at a house show I went to on Saturday. They faced Omos and AJ, so this segment is weird. Yeah, but you've got to remember that WWE live a little bit in the past, and even though they like to promote shows and show little clips from house shows, they still don't think that those house shows exist in the timeline. Like, in their mind, there's been no wrestling that we've seen, the world has seen, since last week's Raw. So this is them kind of trying to explain what happened at the end of last week's Raw. The problem is the world now is 24/7 with social media, and we've all seen them clips. AJ says, how about Arcane? No. They should have moved Braun to NXT or SmackDown and took him off TV with a repackage and repackaged him into a monster. Days, how are you doing today? I'm good, thank you. Do you think WWE are relying on thrown together teams? Yes. I'd think the tag division's in the toilet. You know, you want, like, I mean, like, how many teams are there that have got actual names? Like Viking Raiders and Usos, and I don't even think the Mysterios are called the Mysterios. I think they're called Rey and Dominic Mysterio. I think we call them the Mysterios, but I don't know that WWE do on their graphics or like when they're coming out. I think it's Rey and Dominic Mysterio. AJ and Omos don't have a team name. Dirty Dogs, I think, was something that Rude and Ziggler came up with, but they never call them that. Have you noticed they don't call them it on like the graphics when they're coming out, or commentary don't refer to them as the Dirty Dogs. Even the Titantron, I think, says Rude and Ziggler. So yeah, there's a lot of single stars put together, like Mansoor and Ali. I think Cena is not going to win because he has MOC. Okay. Riddle says, when I've got Randy in my corner, I am unstoppable. Okay, so I'm guessing we're gonna get AJ and Riddle. I think we're already scheduled to get Omos and Randy. Up next, AJ and Riddle. They seem to be refusing to unify tag titles. I'm excited to see Alexa, says Alexa Bliss Gamer. Shout out to you. We've heard of Navy SEALs, but never a Navy Otter. It's a really good point, Miss Clown. I hope you're well, Miss Clown. Shout out to you. It's a great point. Someone had to make it. Someone had to. We were all thinking it, and someone had to say it. And thank God you were here. I do want to just mention as well that you can actually save 10% at WWE Euro Shop. Again, I keep stressing this because it sounds like it's like we're sponsored by them, and we're not. So we're not. We don't get. I don't get any commission. We don't get. There's no benefit. Like the benefit is to you. So if you are using Euroshop, you can save 10%. I tweeted it out earlier, and I put #ad, and I must admit, I sat there thinking, this doesn't even need this. Like I don't even know why I'm putting #ad on it, but I'm doing it just so that because it looks like an ad, it sounds like an ad, it feels like an ad, but it's not an ad. Like you can save 10%, no catches, nothing. It's not like you have to share the stream or like a post or answer a question. Like, if you're buying anything from Euroshop, just use days 10 and you save 10%. And that's it. They got in touch with me. I do know a couple of people at WWE because in the UK, because they've been kind enough to let me interview a couple of superstars in the past. And I can't remember when it was. It might have been last year. They gave us a code. And again, didn't get any commission or anything from it. I mean, let's remember, this is WWE. So, yeah, I did something with them last year, and it went really well. Like, people used it and benefited from it. And they just reached out and said, look, would you like to do it again? I must admit, it's kind of cool that you can go onto like a WWE website and use the word days 10 and actually something happens. Like you save money. Like I think that's pretty cool. So fair play to WWE. Really appreciated them reaching out. And because they could have gone with any community. They could have gone with anyone that would have allowed them to have saved money. But instead they went with our community. And I just think that's really cool. So, if you want to use that, feel free. It's no catches, absolutely nothing at all. You can save 10% at Euroshop. Doesn't work on WWE Shop because, as I said, I think this is like the British head offices of WWE that have put this together. So it's not WWE Shop that they're looking to promote. It's the Euroshop one. So it'll work for my British friends, European friends. It'll work for people in America. You just have to get it shipped over. I think, I don't know what the delivery is like. But, it's pretty cool. They know this is the best community. Austin, are you secretly Vince McMahon? Is that why this has come about? Is that what this is? Are you secretly Vince McMahon? Maybe that's what's going on. Perhaps people in our community are secretly like Linda. Perhaps Anna Dawes is Linda McMahon. Is that true, Anna? If so, Anna, give me a call. Skipper was a call back to Survivor Series when he gave everyone nicknames. Sheamus was Fireface. That's true. What do you think is about Liv Morgan that hasn't connected with Vince? I think he wants to push her, but there's something missing. I think it's creative. I think he likes her because if he didn't, she wouldn't be there now. Like, she would have been released. So I think he definitely sees there's something in her, some value to her. But otherwise she would have gone. So I just think they've tried some stuff and it hasn't worked. I don't know how vocal she is. I don't know, backstage, if she's, asking for meetings with him, coming up with ideas and trying to... He's a busy man. I mean, it's going to be hard to get his time and, talk to him. But is she the kind of person that's turning up, keeping herself to herself, and just waiting for creative to give her something that's seemingly never come? I mean, they did try something with the Lana wedding, but I think if she was to go to him with an idea, there's a chance they might look to do it. If you can come up with something that, if I was Liv Morgan, I would look at Raw. I think she's on Raw. I can't remember what brand she's on, but I think she's on SmackDown, isn't she, actually? Is she on SmackDown? She's on SmackDown. Well, I'd look at... that's a bit more tricky. I'd look at SmackDown and I would try to find a way of, fitting myself in. Come up with an idea of something that's going to be a bit unique, that's going to work. Mainly for kids. Even SmackDown. I think Vince is still going to appreciate something that's going to really work for the younger demographics. So come up with something like that and see if I can catch his ear and, try something. Because I think that's what Nikki did. This Nikki A.S.H was her idea. And she's managed to, Vince loves it, apparently. So Nikki Cross has been able to... Nikki Cross could have been in the same boat. She's a great wrestler, but how can she show her value if she's never being used? So she has to find a way of being used. So she came up with this idea. Vince has gone for it and seems to love it so much he's put the title on her. He's pushed her hard, hasn't he? Really hard. Harder than I thought when I first saw this gimmick. I just thought it was a way to get her on TV. I didn't realise Vince saw it as a championship winning gimmick and she's going to hold the belt and all this kind of stuff. So, I don't know. I think that maybe you don't know what they're like backstage, these people. And maybe she's just not the most vocal. Perhaps she just kind of keeps herself to herself. And, maybe she needs to get his ear a little bit more. It's gamble, though, isn't it? Because you might come up with something that he thinks is stupid and run the risk of being released. So I can understand it. Like, Peyton Royce told that story about how she was called into a meeting with Vince. And he said, tell me something about yourself. And she couldn't. There's nothing she does that's interesting. She doesn't really have any hobbies or anything. And she said, apparently she told him she just on her days off likes to lie on the sofa and watch TV. And she thinks that she lost her job because of that. She thinks that because she got called into the office and asked, ideas and she wasn't able to come up with anything, that there was nothing creative had for her and she couldn't come up with anything. And that's one of the reasons as to why she got let go. So I don't know if Vince has done that with Liv. He might have. But if not, then, it'd be good if she could come up with something. Even if he doesn't listen to it, I think he would appreciate the fact that she's coming up with ideas. So, no, you don't want to hassle him. It's a fine line. I understand it's very difficult. You don't want to be trying to get him every single show. But equally, you don't want to just be forgotten about. And I think there is a risk. You've got to remember, Vince oversees a lot of stuff. There is a risk that people are forgotten about. As crazy as that sounds, if creative are working on stuff and you're not part of their plans, there's every chance that you just get lost and you sit in catering waiting for something that's never gonna come, never gonna happen. So yeah, has there? Since they got rid of the Riot Squad, I thought they might be pulling the trigger on her when Money in the Bank was happening. I thought that was the start of something because it seemed like she was getting a bit of TV time. Do you remember, she was having to prove herself? And actually, she went into Money in the Bank as one of the favourites because she had a bit of TV time. She was beating some people. Felt like there was something there, but we've come out of that and we're building to SummerSlam and there is seemingly nothing for her, which is stunning. It's stunning. It comes back to the fact that, people want Liv. There's a good chunk of people out there that want Liv to be champion. My point remains, and has always been the same, unless she's going to be used on a regular basis and we get shown why she deserves to be champion, she's never going to be championship material in my eyes. Now, I have no interest in Liv being champion because there's nothing that I've seen that warrants her being champion. You can make the argument, okay, well, what have you seen from Nikki Cross? And it's a fair argument, but I wouldn't have made Nikki Cross champion. So, that argument doesn't really work for me because I wouldn't have made her champion. I think Bianca is championship material. I think, she is someone that's very athletic, great talker, can hold her own in the ring. She's someone that we know she's the fastest, the quickest. She's very athletic, very relatable. In a relationship with Montez Ford, you could always do a little angle with that. And actually, that's how she came in. She came in during WrestleMania 36. I think, I don't know if she came down to celebrate with Montez Ford or help the Street Profits. But I know at the start she was very much involved with them. I remember she was doing 6-man person tag matches. Wasn't it like Zelina, Angel Garza, and Andrade versus Street Profits and Bianca Belair? So they have already leaned on that relationship a little bit. But yeah, I think she's very relatable. I think, a strong, powerful black woman as well. It's probably, something that they needed to do. I think wasn't WrestleMania the first time that 2 black women had, main evented WrestleMania? I mean, it's only probably the second time that women had main evented WrestleMania at all. But for it to be like Sasha and Bianca, that was a moment as well of significance. So very marketable, very, very marketable. I don't think that Liv has quite got that in Vince's eyes. Great question, though. Toughest, the roughest, the biggest, the smallest, the tallest, the thinnest, the bulkiest, the skinniest. Yeah, she's all of those things. All of those things. Do you think Riddle will get more serious in order to win a world title? No, I don't think so. I think his... back in the past, you would probably have said yes. But I think his connection with the fans and his kind of personality is something that's really connected with them. And I think that he will keep milking this personality, this gimmick. Because this isn't what he's really like. This isn't what Riddle's really like. It might be an exaggeration of what Riddle is really like. But, this kind of talking, we weren't seeing this down in NXT. This talking all the time, being a little bit oblivious to what's going on, not having the ability to, read the room, where he's just, chatting away to himself, blah, 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 blah. It's really connected with people. People find it fun. They find him relatable. They find him, he comes across like a really nice guy. It's good. They've done a really good job with giving him a good, relatable character and then making sure that it's front and center on TV. We're almost half an hour into this show. We're getting a match right now, perfectly fine, between Riddle and AJ. But, we've seen basically 25 minutes of Matt Riddle being the star of the show so far. I mean, yes, Randy Orton's got the star power, but there's no denying that they're using Randy Orton to help get Riddle over, and it's exactly what they should do. So, yeah, I can't see them deviating from that, to be honest. I think they'll go with the lovable, chatting away kind of Riddle and see if that can get him to the world title. Because he's in the mix, definitely. I could see him being a champion. Maybe not for a while. Maybe end of next year, he'll be in and around that title picture. This is awesome chance, says William. Riddle is R-Truth for the Stoned Surfer base, says Jerry Jacks. Yeah, I mean, I think they're using him in a lot more matches than what we see R-Truth in. So, I do think he can get to the title, whereas R-Truth, I don't think he can. I think R-Truth, they tend to use him in 24/7. He's the comic relief kind of stuff, whereas Riddle is definitely comedy. But they do put him in these kind of matches at the same time. Him against AJ. Exploder into the turnbuckle. AJ down. Riddle as WWE champion. I can definitely see it. He's too over. He's too popular. I should imagine there's some very good numbers that support the fact that Riddle is... I should imagine RK Bro merch is selling very, very well. Riddle is up top. Big strike from behind by AJ. AJ getting into a Styles clash, and he plants Riddle. Turns Riddle over. 1, 2, 3. So Riddle was distracted by Omos. Not by much. Just distracted by Omos and ends up losing to AJ Styles. What do you think of Charlotte's mic skills? I think she might be the worst of the horsewomen. I can't get invested when she talks. I think her mic skills are okay. I think that she can allow the crowd to walk all over her. But saying that, I think the crowd give her a harder time than they do the others. Like, Sasha is loved by the fans. Bayley has got loads of respect. I think they know that Bayley, she just bleeds wrestling, and she's always funny, and she's brilliant. Bayley is brilliant. I think Bayley's one of their biggest stars, actually. Which you might, if you was to list their biggest stars, you would start with Roman. You'd probably then go to Cena and all that. But I do think you've got to mention Bayley right up there as well. So yeah, I think the crowd give Charlotte a harder time. Like whenever she's in there, they're chanting for Becky and all this kind of stuff. I think it comes from this idea that she is only there because of Ric Flair, which I really disagree with. I think she is... They've used it a lot in her story, but I think her matches are great, and I think she can do promos. I actually think her promo skills are all right. The worst out of the horsewomen? Maybe. But I would also argue, I'd counter-argue, she gets a harder time from the crowd than any of the other horsewomen. Here's Nikki A.S.H. I have to look at myself and remember. I will. I wear this outfit. I wear this for myself and everyone that's just like me. Bianca's got COVID, has she? Feared it was something like that. She says she's got the confidence. She's got the confidence to beat Rhea and go on to retain the championship this Sunday. So here's Nikki A.S.H. Will you do this week's Premier League? Yes. Rhea, monstrously badass, brutality, Ripley. I think a lot of people like wrestling because they can pick their favourite superstar and relate to certain characters, especially kids. Days, WWE is scripted, as we know, but do they actually get hurt when they get slammed through tables? Yeah, they do, but yep. Yep, you get proper injuries. I mean, this is why when you say wrestling is fake, people get very upset. Because, the injuries and the wear and tear on the body is certainly not fake. And, You know, there's many ex-wrestlers that have got really bad health issues now. You know, there's a lot of broken down bodies. Wrestling is hard on the body, and yeah, it's brutal. It is brutal. It's certainly not fake. It might be scripted, but it's certainly the bumps they're taking hurt. You know, you're getting slammed around and thrown into corners, and careers are getting cut short. And I mean, look at Edge being out for so long, and Daniel being out for so long, and yeah, it's why they, you know, deserve the respect they get, because at any point, you know, look at Paige. Any point a career can be cut short. Look at Stone Cold. Going Ghost said, Days, hope you are well. Here's my prediction. Charlotte beats Nikki and Becky shows up after the match to start a feud with Charlotte. What would be your thoughts? I could see that. Yeah, I think there's a very, very strong chance we do get Becky at SummerSlam. I'm not going to say that it's certain, because nothing's certain. I've expected Becky before now. There's rumours that she's not going to be around until after SummerSlam. But I don't see any reason why she can't come back and make a statement at SummerSlam and then come back, you know, a week later or whatever and start a program with someone. I think SummerSlam's huge. It's going to have one of the biggest crowds, if not the biggest crowd since the pandemic. I mean, I think WrestleMania had, 25,000 each night? This, I think, is a sold-out 60-odd thousand. So this is the biggest crowd they've had since the pandemic started. Probably the biggest crowd since Royal Rumble 2020. And, yeah, they've got to have some stuff in store. They've got to have some stuff in store, you would think. Oh, I did say that for WrestleMania as well, and there wasn't, was there? I seem to remember, Bayley was running her mouth, and you knew someone was coming out, and then it turned out to be the Bellas. Do you remember that? And they were already there for the Hall of Fame thing anyway. And I think we all expected Becky to come out at that point, and it wasn't. So, yeah, I could see Becky coming back at SummerSlam and doing a little something, definitely. Even if she's not back then permanently, and they wait a week or so, definitely. Starting a feud with Charlotte, I'm not sure it might be the way to go, but we've seen that feud. I mean, they are long-time rivals now, so I don't know. I don't know if that's the way I would go, but I suppose it makes a lot of sense. I want Nikki Cross as a heel to become Nikki A.S.V, almost a supervillain. Jim, shout out to you. Did you see God confront the Good Brothers? Ospreay back and said he wants to kick the Forbidden Door down and come to Impact and AEW. I didn't. I mean, Ospreay and AEW would be cool. I don't really watch Impact, so I can't really tell you who would be a good opponent there. Oh, hello. Keldon Johnson, Olympic gold medalist. Brilliant. I actually don't know what he won a medal in. Who is Keldon Johnson? I watched the Olympics and I don't know. Is he was he in what was he in? Keldon Johnson. I could search it, but I know you lot will tell me. I don't remember him in wrestling. Keldon Johnson, yeah. What did he do? Keldon Johnson, yeah. My guy last week, AEW beats WWE in the ratings by 200,000, not a big margin. AEW beat WWE in the ratings, what do you mean? NXT. Awful, you should know who he is. Basketball. Okay. Yeah, I've not heard of him. Right, Nikki in the ring. Basketball. Where can I watch WWE? He was on the basketball team and he plays for Spurs. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't feel that the basketball side, and I did say this at the time, we did watch the basketball, but we were keeping an eye on, like, Kevin Durant. John, that I can't even remember his name now. Just didn't ring a bell at all. He plays for the Spurs. Well, he's no Trey Parker. I know that much. He could be 17-time if he wins the title. The Universal title is a different title. No, it's still classed as a world title. So the Universal title is still classed as a world title. Has Goldberg been getting booed recently? Not really. I think people have been like chanting for him. Okay, we've got Nikki in there, and Rhea has made her way down. So we're about to get this, and here's Charlotte. Tony Parker, the South Park guy. Oh, I don't know. What was his name? Trey Parker. Tony Parker. Someone Parker. Yeah, him. He, the guy that invented South Park, he played for the San Antonio Spurs. Do you not know nothing? Why have I got to educate you all about basketball now? This is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm just here to watch some wrestling. Didn't realise that I needed to bring you up to speed with basketball. Days, Roman is going to... Kevin Parker. Yeah, Kevin Parker. That's the one. Kevin Parker. He played basketball, and I think he invented those pens. Anna says, Vince has got to stop Rhea being sodding smiley all the time. Make her a moody badass again. Unbelievable, Jeff. I think I like Nikki's gimmick, but it won't last. Like, Hurricane was cool for a bit, but gets old. Charlotte's gone on to commentary. You think John Cena will have another title run? Yeah, he could do. I don't think it starts here, but he could have another one in the future. Team Toronto Raptors, the best team. His name was Kevin Parker. That's how I know you're not a basketball fan, boomer. Yeah, Kevin Parker. Definitely Kevin Parker. Rhea Ripley. Charlotte was at AAA Mania the other night with Andrade. What pay-per-view would you like to bring back in WWE? I would bring back King of the Ring. Days, I'm here to watch Trash Raw with you, says Creed. Shout out to you, Creed. Shout out to you. Austin said, I think it's been 9 years since R-Truth has been a heel. Crazy. Hurt Brutality is smiling. This is my brutality! Brutal. Oh, look at that smile. Oh, it's brutal. Ah! She's so brutal. Can you still use the code at Wrestling Shop? I don't think so. I think they changed it to loyalty thing instead. So I think they discontinued. They had a few codes, not just the Days one. I think they discontinued them. So, but you can use it at WWE Euro Shop. Days 10. Save 10%. Yeah. Can you teach us about wrestling? Listen, I probably know more about basketball. Yeah, if you want to learn all about Tony Parker, I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Tony Parker and his wonderful wife out of Desperate Housewives. Yeah, Eva Marie. So we can talk all about that. I probably know more about basketball than I do wrestling. Vape Ross Vape said, wild weekend. Osprey in the US and the Flairs in Mexico. Everyone's moving everywhere, aren't they? And Volta in England. That's all I care about. And Miko Satomura, in all fairness. We're doing all right over here. We're doing all right. John said, Vape Ross Vape, shout out to you. John said, the other mystery of tonight is why didn't Randy tell Riddle that he won't be in his corner? Is he gonna be there so that he can RKO Riddle again for the fun of it? Maybe. I mean, I don't care about this story, if I'm being honest. I think that it's a silly story where Randy now, out of nowhere, has decided that he's not going to be an RK Bro, even though they've been doing RK Bro for ages. Everything was fine. Like, if Riddle had come up with something saying whilst he'd been away, he realised that this wasn't what he wanted, maybe I could be... But he hasn't said that. And it's just kind of... It feels like it's a bump in the road for the sake of just a little bump in the road. People are buying it, though. Do you know what I mean? Whenever, Riddle's doing the, so you don't want to team with me anymore? Kind of thing. You don't want to be my friend anymore? People are like, ah! So it's, I don't know, people seem to be into it. But yeah, I don't think it's the way that I would have took this story. So, will he be in his corner? Will he not be in his corner? We'll have to wait and see. Do you think there's an appeal for a squash match between Lashley and Goldberg? And would it be a squash match? I think that the match makes sense. I think Goldberg is still a legend. He's still a legend. He's not someone that does it for me. I never watched really WCW back in the day, so I don't care about Goldberg. I think that he's someone that even kids know, though, he beat Brock and is legit, and he's got a big entrance, and they make him a big, oh my God, what's that? Moist TV now is what we've got. We don't have Miz TV, now we've got Moist TV, so that's a development. But I think kids know that Goldberg's a big deal, and he's a threat. So I think that if Bobby can get a win over Goldberg, and he should be able to, then I think it's, it adds to his title reign. Your reign is only as big as the people you beat. So if you're like a champion, you've got to beat good people. If you were just facing Elias and all this, your championship reign's going to be seen as being rubbish. But if you beat in AJ, and you beat in Cena, and you beat in Orton, and you beat in big names, then your championship reign will be seen as a success. So I think a victory over Goldberg definitely helps with Bobby's championship reign being seen as being more successful. It's a name that you can say he faced and beat. If people go, oh, Bobby Lashley's title reign was trash, you can go, well, yeah, maybe, but he did beat Drew, and he did beat Goldberg at SummerSlam, and he did beat such and such and such and such and Kofi. And, the more names that he can beat, the bigger his title reign. So it's got a benefit for that. But, I don't know, are people tuning in to see Bobby beat Goldberg at SummerSlam? Maybe. Maybe someone is. I'm not. Maybe someone is. But I don't hate it, because as I said, I can see some value in it. I can see that it'll make Bobby's title reign feel bigger and better, and I'm definitely down for that. Vape Ross Vape said, first tag team love story since Billy and Chuck. Who? What? Randy? You're comparing Randy Orton and Riddle to Billy and Chuck? Is that what we're talking about? I don't know what we're talking about. Vape Ross Vape, what are we talking about? Moist TV, I can see people, stuck on that. Bro. Jim said, I watch WCW, and I have as much interest in the overachieving Goldberg then as I do now. Oh, you're not a fan of him back in the day. That's in people. It's always been presented to me that he was really over in WCW, and people had the signs, and they were keeping count of his wins, and WCW was like adding a few, and people were like, where did they come from? And it was like, you know what I mean? He was a big, 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 big deal. So it's interesting to know you watched it back then and weren't feeling it. Rhea has beaten Nikki A.S.H. So Nikki with a crossbody to the outside. Just seeing a replay of Nikki. I mean, the one thing I will say that's good about the women's division at the moment is it kind of feels like anyone can beat anyone. There isn't like I mean, like really anything could happen at SummerSlam. I think Nikki's going to retain, but, you know, Charlotte could win. Rhea could win. This one's a little bit trickier to... Nikki explodes on Charlotte, pounding away on Charlotte. Charlotte's down. Big forearm strikes Rhea. Rhea's got like her makeup kind of smudged, which is, I mean, she's just wrestled a match. Oh, thrown to the outside. Nikki has really dealt with Charlotte. That's good to see a little bit more aggression from Nikki. So I like the fact going into this match, anyone could beat anyone. I definitely like seeing a more aggressive side to Nikki. Oof. There's a sign in the crowd that's got Nikki's butterfly. It's got a cross through it, and it says, "Not my hero." I don't know if you saw that sign. I don't know if it's going to get confiscated or whatever. But, yeah, there's a sign in the crowd that says, "Not my hero." Ooh, bit of shade for Nikki. Days, imagine if Toy Story, Buzz and Woody, same with SpongeBob and Patrick, same with Luigi and Mario. Yes. Days, maybe Orton spent a lot of time with Riddle. He liked the idea at first, and then Riddle annoyed him. He took time off to get a break and now just wants to compete by himself. He hasn't said that, though. Like, you could go that way. You could go the way that, look, I had to go away. You're so annoying, I had to go away. And that would be good. That'd be interesting. That I'd be down for that story. But it's not the story they're telling. Tonight. You too. This is our last chance to take away his precious sword. This is our last chance. There will not be another chance to take away his precious sword. You've got to get this done. Do not let down the modern day Maharaja. Guys, this is the last chance. If these two bumbling idiots fail, then he's going to have his sword at SummerSlam, and he'll probably decapitate everyone. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm so nervous I don't even want to watch. I've got a feeling that Veer and Shanky are going to lose, to be honest. And I think Drew's going to be allowed to take his sword, and it's just going to be carnage. Ross Vape said, I hated Goldberg. He came off as an Austin ripoff. Listen, there's only one Austin 316. If anyone's going to try and rip him off, then this community will hunt them down, yeah? Because the last thing we need is a second one. And I know that I speak for everyone here when I say that. Yeah, there's one Austin 316. We can just about cope with that. We absolutely do not need a rip-off Austin 316. Yeah. Corey Graves saying this is a big, big, big opportunity. This is big. This is as big as it gets. Wrestling has never been bigger. It's never been big. You might as well forget Hulk and Andre at WrestleMania 3. I laugh in the face of The Rock staring face to face with Hogan at WrestleMania 18. I laugh in the face then of that. Not when you've got a match like this. I'll protect Austin. If someone pretends to be him, I will destroy them and eat them, says Sonny. That's interesting. The world cannot cope with two Austins. No, there's a lot of facts being spoken right now. A lot of facts. Anna says, I'm starting to fall asleep, so I'm going to go to bed. Have a great stream. Anna, good night to you. You lasted 54 minutes. Many congratulations. That's still good, though. In fact, I'll make a note of it. Anna lasted... Hang on. Anna, 54 minutes. There we go. What we should do is start making some t-shirts. Start making t-shirts for I lasted... Well, actually, you probably don't want to be wearing them out and about. But whatever. Do you know what I mean? However long you managed to watch Raw for. And then you can order the time that you coped. The amount of time that you lasted. That's a good merch idea. Days, I'm here tonight. Edward, shout out to you. Anna has left the chat. Oh, God. I miss her already. I really do. Heather said, I don't blame Anna. This Drek is unwatchable. Heather, shout out to you. Hope you are well. John said, WWE makes outrageous claims each week that they're bigger than they've been in terms of viewers and internet social media interest. Vince would say, why stop now? Yeah, I mean, you can't take away they're so big that, they are getting crazy views. I mean, 33 million views for Reginald on 33 million views on, was it Instagram or something like this? TikTok. For just doing his entrance. Like, the engagement is there. People are still interacting with the product. It's not like everyone's gone. It's just they're consuming it different. So I think Vince looks at the ratings. I think he knows that it needs to be at a certain level. As long as he can keep it at that level, he's just getting money thrown at him from all directions. Do you know? People want to make different bits of merch. He's selling merch. He's obviously trimmed down the wage bill. He's making money off like social media. It's just they're making so much money at the moment. You know, Vince will have remembered the hard times. Vince will have remembered the times where it looked like they weren't going to make it. And there's been a few of them in WWE's history. Now is not one of them. I really don't believe now is one of them. It does make the recent releases very confusing. I think the NXT ones are because they're reshaping NXT. And I think the main roster ones are mainly because maybe they're a bit bloated and they're, just saving money. There could be more to it for certain people, like Bray, because that's a weird one. And even Strowman was a bit strange. But, it's... They're definitely not struggling, let's put it that way. Even when they do their financial updates, they're not struggling. Like, even if they were doing their financial updates, they do conference calls 4 times a year to their investors. And if they were, like, talking about how it was challenging at the moment, then you would understand it, but they never say that. It's like record profits and all this kind of stuff, so it's all weird. No one can get their head around the releases. I don't think people are really buying the budget thing. I just think they've got too many wrestlers on the books. I think it's as simple as that. And I think they are just making a bit of a saving. Because why spend it if you don't have to? Right, we got Bobby Lashley. Days, I had to go to my doctor to give him medication, pain in my swelling leg. Awful. I'm sorry to hear that, Robert. Shout out to you. Kim said, what's that mean for someone like Ciampa, O'Reilly, Gargano? Yeah, well, I think there's a chance they're going to have to get called up. I don't know that they're going to be allowed to stay in NXT. I think NXT is going to go back to being developmental, and those people have been there way too long. So I think there's a chance that we could see some mass call-ups in the near future. Maybe as part of the draft. Days, I'm done with Raw. Do you know any legal places to watch movies? I don't know, but there's so many streaming services that I have to subscribe to for different things that I don't really venture down those kind of roads. I've just been watching The Walking Dead a lot on Disney. Right, Goldberg, Bobby Lashley. Days, if Disney bought WWE, do you think it would be on Disney Plus? Yes, definitely. Definitely. Maybe not like Raw and SmackDown, but obviously the back catalogue and all the pay-per-views would be. Raw and SmackDown, Disney might still want that on TV so that it gets like the biggest audience possible. And, you know, they still generate serious money. Like, the TV deals are huge. So I don't think Disney would want to lose that. But yeah, they would move everything else to Disney Plus. Wrestler with Andy said, do you remember the Berserker putting his sports sword through the ring when he tried to attack Undertaker? Putting his sword through the ring? No, I can't remember that. I remember him coming down with the sword, of course, and I can't remember it. I can't remember him putting it through the ring. What was that on? Was that on like a that must have been on like an old Raw or something, or a wrestling challenge, or something like that. Days, who do you think will win, Bianca or Sasha? Well, we don't even know if we're going to get the match. Apparently, reports have come through that Bianca's got COVID. Which, if that's true, I think she's out of SummerSlam. So I don't know that we're even going to get that match now. Dax, shout out to you, buddy. Hope you are well. Zahir said Anna has left. She lasted a world record 58 minutes. Do you know on the WWE network, will all the old stuff like Raws and SmackDown get deleted? I don't think so, no. No, there's no reason to delete them off. That's a big part of the appeal, isn't it, of the network, watching the old pay-per-views and the old Raws and SmackDowns. I don't know that those COVID rumours are true, says Austin. Oh, okay. I'm watching Monday Night Raw. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Was Berserk the same guy who played Nord the Barbarian or someone else? I'll have a look. Oh, is the clock... Oh, did I not ever start the timer? Oh, I have. I've got 2 Google timers. That's wild, isn't it? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Nord the Barbarian. Nord, because John Nord was his name. Joined as the Viking. That's interesting. I didn't know that. He joined as the Viking, but in the following month he was called Berserker, and he was given Mr. Fuji as a manager. That'd be interesting to find a picture of him as the Viking from February 91. Began feuding with Davey Boy. He toned down version of the gimmick of his deceased former partner Bruiser Brody in portraying a clumsy and cartoonish Norseman. His preferred method of winning matches was to throw his opponents over the top rope for a count-out, all whilst holding his wrist, licking his hand, and shouting, "Huss! Huss!" Yeah, he was different. He was fun though. I liked him. I didn't realise that he went to All Japan in 94. That's interesting. And I know he was in WCW. So, yeah, but he'd been in AWA, WCW. So, yeah, he'd done a bit. I must say, there's not much on Wikipedia for him. Can't believe there's a Berserker figure. Yeah, it's cool, innit? I do have it. I always look for the figures when people mention them, and I can never quickly get my hands on them. I've got some, like, loads in a box. But, yeah, there is a Berserker figure. Came with a shield and a sword. Here's Drew. Claymore. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Drew's won, guys. Oh, no. He's going to have his sword. Oh, God. This is a disaster. Oh, my God. Veer and Shanky are barred, and Drew is going to have his sword. We might see Jinder Mahal get decapitated. Shanky looks like he needs a shower. Andrew Plays says, do you think Liverpool can win the league? Yeah, sure. I don't think they will, but I think they absolutely could. Here's Drew. I'll put this here, because I know how terrified you are of it. You won't have your goons. And Jinder said, I don't need them. Shanky. What does Shanky want to say? Let's see what Shanky wants to say. He wants to say, sorry. He wishes that he was as confident and sexy as Drew McIntyre. Did Shanky say this? I am not seeing Shanky saying these things. Oh, I wish Drew McIntyre would do a ventriloquist act with Shanky. Imagine if he had Shanky on his knee like this and he's like, what's that, Shanky? And then, like, he could move his mouth. I wish I was as sexy as Drew McIntyre. Oh, is that right, Shanky? Drew and Shanky could have their own segment. I mean, we're getting moist TV. I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to humiliate you. Days, I think Shrek is going to come down to the ring and beat Roman for the title. Every chance, mate. Every chance. I would have ruled that out in the past, but not now. Oh, I didn't even know we were in San Antonio. Show of hands. Who thinks Jinder's going to win? Right, let's count. Everyone, show your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on, let's count them up. Show of hands now. Who thinks Drew? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, no, there's definitely more for Drew. Yeah, they're right. They're firmly behind Drew. The votes are in. Hey, if you was going to sell to Disney, this is what the show would look like, innit? If you was going to sell to Disney, you'd probably lower your wage costs. You'd make the show look as profitable as you could. You'd lose a few wrestlers, make the numbers look good, and you'd make a show like this, wouldn't you? I could care less about this match, which is sad for Drew, says Shauna. Lex Bliss Gamer said, I'm watching Monday Night Raw, a.k.a. Monday Night Bliss. Forgive me, I thought Legend Killer was watching Monday Night SmackDown. Yeah, no, he's watching Monday Night Raw. Look, we've got Sonya. You've got Adam Pearce. It's a wild suit. Do you remember when they were teasing issues with Sonya and Adam Pearce? That didn't go anywhere, did it? Right, Moist TV, guys. Moist TV. This is what we're going to now, I think. Is it? Johnny Drip Drip's making his way down, unless he's got a match first or something. Monday Night Snore. I don't even know what this segment is. I don't know what I'm watching at the moment. I've never seen a Disney movie where someone gets beheaded. Well, you're not watching the right Disney movies then. Because Toy Story 5 is wild, let me tell you. Do you think Brock Lesnar came back and attacked Cena at SummerSlam? Do you think Brock Lesnar will come back and attack Cena at SummerSlam? I think there's a chance that Brock Lesnar could come back, yes. I think WWE have surely got in touch with trying to get him back. 'Cause they won't want AEW getting Brock. Days, abandon all ships. It's about to go down. There's a lot going on in my head right now. 0 Hour, shout out to you. America's Moist Wanted. Is it? Or is he having a match first? Oh, no, it is. We are moments away. Moist TV. Yeah, Corey can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't think anyone can believe it. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Moist TV. I don't see WWE giving their brand to Disney. That's ridiculous, says Bryce. WWE is bigger than Disney. I'll leave that. I'll leave that hanging there for a moment. Just hanging in the air. Who do you think is going to win at SummerSlam between Sheamus and Damian Priest? I think there's a good chance Damian Priest wins. From a sword-wielding psychopath to Moist TV and Dripsticks. Jerry said, I thought Moist TV had something to do with the women. No, I think Moist TV is for all, to be honest. I think it's for all. There was a big sword earlier, and now we get Moist TV and Dripsticks. Blaze Radio said, Days, please tell the kids, don't Google Moist TV. Thanks in advance. Yeah, that's true. In all fairness, I should imagine William Hensey watches Moist TV pretty much every night. So he'll get very excited when he finds out that Raw had a Moist TV. Miss Clown 1 said, is Damien really a priest? Is he really a priest? Yes. Yes, he's really a priest. Stuttering Steves says, people hate the word moist. I don't know why. Because if Big E cashes in on Roman, he'll lose his opportunity. Better safe than sorry. Do you think that Bill Nye, the science guy, can go for the kill on Drew McIntyre? Yes. That's what we've all been sat here thinking, oh my God, where's Bill Nye, the science guy? He's not really a thing in the UK, by the way. And by not really a thing, I mean no one knows who he is. But I've heard of him. And has he been on Joe Rogan's podcast? I don't know what shows he's on. I might have seen him on like Colbert and those late night shows. That's how I think I know of him. But yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy is basically the Universal Champion that we need. In a way, isn't Greta the Universal Champion that we need? No. What if Cole attacks Roman at SummerSlam? That would be awesome. Highlight of the show so far is AJ Riddle. That was a pretty good match, says Harley. Drew versus Jinder in a singles match. Bill Nye, the science guy. Yeah, Bill Nye. Bill Nye. You watch Colbert? I haven't seen it in a while, to be honest. I haven't seen it in a while. But yeah, I used to watch his clips. Funny. You're better off not knowing who he is. Oh. Controversy. Hello, Ponton21. Hope you're well, buddy. AKA the Mother Sam said, I will tell you I want Edge, Drew, and Damien to win. WWE Edge and Roman says, there's a whole fly gang in my house, so I missed half the show. What the hell's a fly gang? Is that a gang of flies? Are you being terrorized by a gang of flies? Wild. Days, my predictions for SummerSlam. Drew tries to take Jinder's head off, but the Great Khali comes down in a truck. Brilliant. Definitely down for that. Bill Nye, the fake science guy. Oh my God. Oh, is this a lot? We got another little vignette. Look, Elias with his guitar. He's about to throw the guitar away. No more walk with Elias. I mean, in all fairness, he has been doing this for quite a while. So it's just by a fire, and he's strumming the guitar. And there's a fire. And he throws the guitar. And he walks away. Is this the exact same as last time? There's a car. There seems to be like a car that he's walking back to. Wonder what those lights are. I wonder what those lights belong to. Elias is dead. It feels about the same as what we saw last week. Might be a little bit longer, but he seems to be getting into some sort of a car. Perhaps that's the Great Khali's truck. Right, this is Moist TV, but there's not much water. There's a little paddling pool that's empty. Moist TV. America's Moist Wanted. I hope Elias Sampson is on TV. Please don't like his newer gimmick. This is about to begin. No more playing guitar. Days, I want TL Hopper as a guest on Moist TV. Well, if ever they do have plumbing issues, then yeah, they could get TL Hopper out. You are absolutely right, bud. Here is The Miz without his wheelchair. I'm pleased that we're past wheelchair Miz. I was over wheelchair Miz. So I'm pleased that we've now got walking Miz. Days, what's your favourite Premier League team? Man United is the team I support. Are they doing Randy or Moss tonight? I believe so, yeah. I believe so. James Kenny, shout out to you. Rubber Duckies. There are Rubber Duckies. In the ring right now. Oh, Morrison showing a little bit of... seemed to be a little bit upset. Miz came down, gave John Morrison a hug. Morrison just sat there. Let's get to those hard-hitting questions. Miz. What is your favourite movie? Miz says all of my Marine films. Were you pretending to be injured? So, John Morrison seems upset here. Have I ever lied to you? No. Have I ever used you? No. Would I ever fake an injury? This is a bit more interesting than I was expecting. Bit of tension between Miz and John Morrison now. Please split them. Please split them. Crowd are standing and looking at something. All right, Damian Priest had walked out. Everyone stood up and started looking at something, but there hadn't been any music, but it was Damian Priest. Damian Priest had walked out. Here's Damian Priest. Oh, Damian Priest just interrupted something quite interesting. It kind of looked like these two on slightly different pages. Are they breaking up Miz and Morrison? I hope so. Elias hated guitars all along. Interesting. Interesting. Why did Miz pretend for weeks? To be injured. And Miz says, my health is none of your concern. I think John Morrison's definitely peeved off here. I want it to be Miz and Morrison. I want Alexa to have 5 matches at WrestleMania, says Bryce. Bill Nye could beat Roman with 0.0001% of his powers. Days is wrestling drip days. No. I don't know who Charlotte will get for a partner because I don't remember who the other women on Raw are anymore. Will it be Alexa? That would be weird, wouldn't it? She'd have to get a heel, wouldn't she? Yeah, I can't remember what heels are out there anymore. So Miz reveals he's been cleared for weeks. Miz says he's still not 100%. Heath, well, that's shocker. Miz makes me want to take a swig of a pint, throw it back up into the pint, and then continue to drink. Okay, guys, come on. Come on, guys. We can... Oh, it's not that bad, is it? Don't answer that. What better way? What better way for us to celebrate Moist TV than have a match? And he says Damian Priest versus The Miz. So Miz is a bit upset that he's been put into a match. There's no water in the pool, is there? Oh, there was? Oh, there was? I didn't think there was water in there. I don't think there's much water in there. Okay, I don't know if we are getting Miz versus Damian Priest. The segment has ended with that, so I mean they are teasing that we are going to get a split with Miz and Morrison. Definitely take that. Oh, definitely take that. Miz is a kid again. Days, can you discuss my comment? I think it was at the top of the chat. I didn't. What was it? I don't know if I saw it, but. I don't know where it is, buddy. It only goes back up so far. Days, you're better off doing a sleep live stream rather than stream Raw. I'm sure it would be more entertaining and relaxing. Oh, it'd be more relaxing. I know that much. Days, if we're watching Moist TV, does that mean that we need to be moist? How is this achieved? No, I don't think so. I don't think we need to be. I think there just needs to be plenty of water in the ring. Maybe they may. Considering that was called Moist TV, I felt like there was a severe lack of liquid. Like, I didn't even think there was anything in that little paddling pool. And then it turns out there was just a little bit at the bottom. So, yeah, I think they need, like, plenty more water around. Why have they not got, like, a tank that they can, like, punish people in or something? Do you know what I mean? Imagine if they had a guest on and they did a little thing whereby they challenge them to something, and if you lose, you have to sit in the tank, underneath the tank, and you get, like, wet or something like that. Like, that would appeal to kids, wouldn't it? And it would give Moist TV, like, a purpose. And, yeah, you could probably run with that for a little bit. But that was just a talk show with... It was rubbish. I don't even know why I'm trying to... It was just, oh, my God. I'm looking... Bless me for trying. Ah, bless me. They should have done it at a water park. That would have been immense. That would have been brilliant. Can you imagine a cam on days whilst he's sleeping? What pervs would fund that? Austin can imagine it. I know that much. WWE Edge and Roman said Raw is really bad. Bryce said WWE needs to bring in more teenagers and young adults that love watching professional wrestling. Blissful Stars says, I'm back. I'm happy to be back. Welcome back. We haven't seen Bliss or even heard anything about her. I'm sure there'll be some for her with Doudrop and Eva, but we haven't seen her. That was just a talk show with an inch of kiddie pool water. Yes. Yes. And an inflatable unicorn or something. Some kind of inflatable in the middle of it was rubbish, wasn't it? WWE needs to sell dripsticks. They really do. You're absolutely right. If they really do. You would think it'd be really easy for them. I mean, they sell watches and all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, if they sell dripsticks, So, I mean, it's the summer. Kids are off. People would they'd definitely buy them. Right, Miz has got a microphone. He's pleading with the referee, trying to point out that he's injured. Right, here we go. Miz versus Priest, but now we've got Shane. Hey, look at that. Sheamus has got a cool entrance. His background looks like an alleyway. I don't remember seeing that before. That looks cool. On the screen, it's like raining and it's an alleyway and Sheamus walking down. He even puts his collar up a little bit. It's got like a few neon signs and whatever. It looked cool. Credit where it's due. That looked cool. Sheamus has jumped onto commentary. Was the inflatable supposed to be a bunny? Because that might be a hint at Bad Bunny. I think it was a unicorn. So maybe Bad Unicorn's going to be there. Damien attacking Miz and throwing him in the ring. Is that new for Sheamus? I'm not sure. I can't say I've seen it before. It looked cool. I'm at the point of not referring to WWE as wrestling. It's awful sports entertainment, or whatever you want to call it, says Jimmy. Rated R Wrestling said, are you telling me that Austin is actually a perv? I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer that. I think you can make your own minds up. Harley said, Miz versus Morrison, Extreme Rules, sounds good. But since it's Extreme Rules, it'll be a lumberjack match with moist monsters. Oh, my God. Moist monsters. Oh, my God. It didn't seem to have a horn, so maybe it was a llama. Yeah, let's argue about that. Let's argue about what the inflatable is. I definitely want that conversation. We'll debate as to whether it's a unicorn or an inflatable horse or a llama, or maybe it was a humpless camel, or maybe it was a sea urchin. Yes, that's exactly the conversation I want to be having. I think that speaks volumes about the show, doesn't it? When one of the most engaging conversations we can have, and I mean this with all sincerity, is what animal was the inflatable? Miz went for the dripstick, and John Morrison actually pulled it away. So John Morrison's walking away from the Miz. This is heartbreaking, guys. My heart is shattered. Very emotional. Lots of people crying as John Morrison doesn't abandon the Miz completely, but is obviously disappointed to find out that Miz has been cleared for weeks. Bro kick by Damian Priest. So Damian Priest hits a bro kick on The Miz, and Sheamus is very angry, very upset about that. That's Sheamus's move. You scumbag. How dare you? How disrespectful. That'll be your last moment in the spotlight. Moist Llama. I love how Sheamus talks. I might have a broken face, but when I'm finished with you, I'm going to kick your head off your shoulders. SummerSlam! How many times can WWE have Damian Priest wrestle Miz or Morrison? I am so burnt out from that feud, says Primo. It's a good point. Anthony said it was a goat. It's Daniel Bryan. Brilliant. It was a goat. Ah, here we go. Hey, do you all remember? Look at that. Dewdrop. Ting. Little roll up by Alexa. Alexa gets the pin. So Alexa talks to Lily after. Okay, so we've got Eva backstage. You really blew it last week, says Eva. I don't care what you think you saw. So, second chance. Go. Take a trip to the playground to handle our other little problem. Bring me Lily. Because that's their other little problem. Their other little problem is Lily. Did you hear that, Lily? Lily loves you. Oh, that's good. Everyone's having a good time. Oh, everyone's having a great time. Days. Apparently, Manny Pac-Man fight won't clash with SummerSlam. Well, at least the main won't. Would you stream the fight as well? Maybe. To be honest, I mean, I don't know when UFC is going to finish. I mean, I think it's going to be a bit tricky to do SummerSlam, UFC, then go into boxing, but we'll have to see how it goes. I don't want to commit to saying yes and then we don't do it. Evil Alexa versus face Alexa. Yeah, Eva versus Bliss at SummerSlam. Dream match. I hope Lily doesn't go moist. I do. I hope she gets thrown in the sea and drifts off. Come on, Days. You know you love it. Oh, it's the best. It is the. I'll go on record to say this is the best thing that's ever happened to WWE. Raw has moved up to a 2 out of 10. Oh yeah, halftime scores. Halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. Hello, Chris Skywalker. Hope you are well. Halftime scores. Halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. Eva versus Bliss is going to be match of the year, says Austin. Yep. Glad you are. Well, I'm fine with Eva Bliss. I like the story. I just don't like Lily winking and standing up, says Taboy. Mr. Williams says 6.9. Brandon says 9.32. Brandon Lewis says 10 out of 10. LD Cool says 7. Rated R Wrestling said this is the best Raw. Justin says 5.5. Harley said if it turns out Bianca and Sasha is cancelled and this is going to be the replacement, I will jump out my window. You threaten to jump out your window way too much. I hope you live in a bungalow. Shakeem says 5. LSW says 3. Shola says 5.5. WWE Edge and Roman says 5. Austin says 5. Heather says 6. Miss Clown 1 says 4 baby oils out of 10. Frenchie says 5. Gerald says popcorn out of 10. Alvin says 7. Justin says 5.5. William says 6 out of 6. Raw is silly. Eva versus Bliss. Absolutely sucks out of 10, says Jimmy. 0 out of Summer of Punks, says Vape Ross Vape. 5 says Legend Killer. 5 says Heather. Who do you think Charlotte will pick to be her partner if that's the option she picked? I honestly don't know. I can't think of who it'll be. I don't think it'd be Alexa. I'm someone like Tamina or someone like that, but I don't actually know. Is Tamina injured? I know Natalia's out for about a month. Tamina might be injured. Dana's pregnant. Mandy's gone back to NXT. I honestly don't know who's around. 7 testicles out of 10. Wild. J14's 4.25. Gerald is a 5. 6 inflatable unicorns out of 10, says Dark Angel. 5.25 says Lee. 4 says Shauna. This sucks. Rated R Wrestling says 7.25. 6.75 jumps out my window, says Harley. Butterspark says 4.5. Mark says 6 Lily Winks. Lily Winks. 6.5, 7.25, 6.5. 5.75, says Trey Gaming. 9, because we saw Alexa, says Alexa Bliss Gamer. Then it's up, 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 then it's up. Then it's up. Then it's up. Right, we've got the SummerSlam theme, and we are back and going to... What? Is it Alexa next? 8 out of 10 says cartoons need respect. Shout out to you. They do. Cartoons need respect. Cartoons need respect. Name a cartoon that needs respect, please. Just one, thank you. Please respond. Corvid said Ric Flair arrived at the Viceroy Hotel in Chicago. I wonder if he'll be at Dynamite. He doesn't have a non-compete. Here's John. Here's Miz. What the hell was that? You ran off on me. Oh, Xavier and Kofi in the background. Was that accidental? No, I don't think it was. I wondered if it was accidental. It says buy our shirt written, and there's the New Day shirt. Were they meant to do that? Or do you think they've just... Because I was watching them, I haven't listened to what they've said. That was weird, wasn't it? Right, we've got Alexa and Lily. All right. That's a fair point. Imagine wanting to be like Eva Marie. Fair play, Alexa. You are saying stuff that's resonating with me here. Right on time. Here's Doudrop. Eva can be pretty predictable. Don't do it, Doudrop! Don't do it! She's looking at the doll. What's the doll gonna do? Doll's gonna do something. What's the doll gonna do? Aw, doll didn't do anything. She just gave it back. What did the doll do? The doll didn't do nothing. She had the doll. She looked at it. She's like, and then gave it back. The doll didn't do nothing. Ah, come on. If we're gonna have a doll that's gonna wink and do stuff, let's do stuff. I thought it was gonna be like, just like start attacking her face. She could have done that. Instead, she was like, perhaps the horror of the storyline has just got her. Perhaps Doudrop's standing there and she just realises in that moment she's been seen all over the world having to react to a doll, and the sheer horror of the storyline finally slapped her in the face. Maybe Lily didn't do anything. In fact, scrap that. Lily didn't do anything. Ric Flair dressed as a woman is going to be her partner. Pippa Niven sold that like a pro. Give that woman an Oscar now. Now! At least they dropped the voice thing they were doing. Here come jobbers. It's Mansoor versus Mace. Mansoor versus Mace. Days Gable Steveson tweeted, he will be at SummerSlam. He's our only hope against Lily, isn't he now? He's our only hope. Come get some. No bot this week. I don't think so, bud. No, we haven't seen it. Gable Steveson. Looking forward to that. Lily should have pulled out a sword. Yeah. Or she should have spat in her face. Imagine if she was holding it. And they easily could have done it where she could have pressed the stomach and, like, water would have come out. But could you imagine if she'd spat at her? I mean, it would still suck. But, I mean, like, it'd be better than her doing, like... At this point, there's no point in the doll not doing anything. We've all seen it. We all know the doll's possessed. Doll has stood up. The doll has winked. We've all seen it. So let's go for it now. Let's go for it. If we're gonna lose our minds, let's lose our minds. Let's have the doll running all over the place. I want to see it swinging off Vince McMahon's face. Right? I want to see it pulling down the dinosaur bones from the head offices. If we're gonna do something, let's do something. And now we've not done anything. Stupid doll. Just when I think I can't hate this doll anymore than I do. It finds a way. Days, I heard a rumour today that the match between Sasha and Bianca might be cancelled. Do you know what's going on? Only that there's rumours that Bianca's got COVID and their match at the house show the other day was cancelled. So there's clearly something wrong, something going on. It wouldn't surprise me if it did get cancelled. Santos, shout out to you. Lily isn't possessed. It's the hacker that's reprogrammed her. Days, type up blue waffles. No, thank you. Not hungry right now. We don't need a bot. This is the Ascension Light. Days, is Big Show and Mark Henry still underneath a WWE contract, or they just visiting AEW? No, they're on an AEW contract. They're not with WWE. Lily wants to end the segment early. She wants to watch Moist TV. William said Doudrop looks like she's possessed. Oh, God. Now she's possessed. Oh, God. No, it's just going around. Everyone's going to be possessed. She's going to go back and possess Eva. Before we know it, the whole women's division's going to be possessed. And then we're just not going to have a show, are we? No one's going to wrestle anyone. Everyone's going to be possessed. It's a disaster. Imagine WWE selling winking Lily dolls. How many kids would want that? Why don't you have Raw for subscribers only like you did for other streams? I'm not really looking to go down that route. I mean, if we do keep getting hit with bots, then we'll do it. But yeah, I kind of think like, you know what I mean? When it comes to Raw, I genuinely feel like we're gonna see a big shift in people that join us. I am totally prepared for a lot of our regular community members to not be joining us on a Monday, as the program kind of shifts its focus. And I think then we're going to be seeing some new faces and new community members on a Monday. That's my honest thought. So if we go subscriber only, do we risk alienating some of those new people that might want to join us? The show should be repossessed, but they wouldn't be able to sell it for anything. Are we all possessed? Yeah, it must be. I won't lie, the show has been decent, says Burn It Down. Cartoons need respect, says Bob's Burgers needs more respect. Thank you. Cartoons need respect. Heather said an hour and 15 to go and I can't stay awake. Bryce said, did I miss anything? No. No. Drew is going to have his sword. That's what you missed. Imagine Austin being possessed by Lily. Brilliant. Maybe he is. Days is too sad for me. I'm going to watch SummerSlam on Sunday. That's a shame you can't watch it live. Ryzen Beat said, I miss the Olympics. I miss the Olympics. They were good, weren't they? They were good. Mace throwing Mansoor. Mace versus Mansoor. Mace versus Mansoor. This is the most main event match I've seen on Raw tonight. Spider-Man needs more respect. Is this guy's name called Mansoor? Yes, Mansoor. Apparently, the 2022 Royal Rumble will be held in St. Louis, Missouri, and apparently will be in February. Really? Royal Rumble in February? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Everyone knows the Royal Rumble is the road to WrestleMania. Why are they shortening the road? Can't go shortening the road. Oh, I don't like that at all. It makes it's once you get to Royal Rumble, that is the start of the road to WrestleMania, and it helps make February and March feel bigger. If you do it in February, then January is going to be a write-off. And February, until you get to Royal Rumble, is going to feel a bit... There must be a reason for it, but... That's wrong. Mace is doing Rusev's finishing move, but Mansoor got out somehow. Mustafa Ali interfered, and Big Match Mansoor gets the win. Great win. Great victory. Maybe Becky Lynch is going to be Charlotte's partner. Do you know what? My expectations are so low that never crossed my mind. Not for a split second. Not for a moment did I think that it could be Becky. Right, Sarah, we've got Sarah Schreiber interrupting, of course, backstage. Randy sees himself as the legend killer. But I'm going to kill the legend. You're going to be the new legend killer? We're going to celebrate the death of RK Bro. In my head. Right, that match is now. I thought this was the main event, to be honest. That match is now. Here comes Randy. Surprised at this. Must be the match to get us from hour 2 to hour 3. Orton versus Omos. Maybe Charlotte will pick Lily for her tag team partner. Maybe. Maybe she'll pick Linda. Retribution has become Ascension Light, says Eric. Charlotte and Vince are close. Maybe it's Linda. I predict that Riddle will accidentally cost Orton the match. I'm predicting Mia Yim, says Harley. I guess the ending must be Bobby and Lashley face to face. Bobby and Lashley faced, finally! Bobby and Lashley face to face. It's basically Bobby Lashley staring in a mirror. That is how we're going to end Raw. No, you are right. It'll be Goldberg and Bobby. I agree with you. Rehire the Iconics. Iconic. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because Billie Kay would work so well on Raw. She would work so well on Raw. I'll never understand. Never understand why they got rid of Billie Kay. Can time go faster, please? Says Sunny. Oh, why does time move so slow? I honestly don't think Bobby can defeat Lashley in a fair match. It's a really good point. Days would lose his mind if the Iconics came out. I would be very excited. I was never really into Peyton Royce, in all fairness. I was a Billie Kay stan. But yeah, I don't get why they got rid of her. I think that she couldn't have been on a big wage, and she was really entertaining. And she would work so well on Raw. But hey, there's many decisions made where you struggle to get your head around it. Do you think Elias could be a new version of Kane and tie into Alexa Bray's story? No. There's no reason as to why that would tie into that story. It just seems like Elias has been feuding with Jackson Riker. I don't think he got the better of that feud, and I think as a result he wants to kind of change his persona and go in a different direction, and but it's got nothing to do with Alexa. Honestly, I'm starting to believe people in hell are forced to watch endless loops of Raw. Jim said, just a thought, shouldn't WWE take more of an advantage of YouTube like AEW does? Yeah, they could definitely be doing some content on YouTube, but I just think that I think Vince's focus is still a bit old school, to be honest. I think Vince is still very focused on the TV shows, whereas I think he's got a team that do YouTube, but the thing is, their remit is to get interviews. And clips and things like that. There's not really any kind of dedicated programming, is there, for YouTube? They don't have like a regular show where they get exclusive matches or anything. It's definitely something they should look at. But in all fairness, I think they get such engagement anyway. He's probably not worried about it. I think they get like so many views. Their subscriber counts going through the roof. They probably feel that they don't need to put out more matches and another show, which, in all fairness, I could largely agree with. I mean, I suppose you could put out something. But I mean, they've already got like Main Event. They've already got 205 Live. They've already got. it'd be hard to know what they would put out. Just more. And you could do something like a YouTube championship. Do you know what I mean? A YouTube championship, and then do something there that's just a little show that's on YouTube. You know, it could be a good vehicle for like R-Truth. R-Truth could be a regular, and the YouTube championship, or it could be like the home of the 24/7 belt. I don't know. I don't know if you'd. I can't see them doing like a dark thing. But yeah, they could. I think Liv should win the 2022 women's briefcase at Money in the Bank. Right, Sonic, we've got a little advert. Sonic showing us Goldberg. Some clips from WCW, actually. Just showing you why Goldberg is regarded as a legend. Days, I've got a huge question. Ask away. PW Insiders say the Iconics debut at Impact tapings are in the NWA tournament. Oh, that'll be good. Days, did you see Indy and Dexter segment got 4.1 million views on WWE's YouTube channel? Wow. I bet they're gutted that those 4.1 million people aren't tuning into NXT. I bet they're gutted them 4.1 million people aren't tuning into any of WWE's shows. So, yeah, it's definitely a storyline that people are invested in. So, good that it's working. I wonder what Raw would get if it was on YouTube. If Raw was aired on YouTube every week, I wonder what the views would be like. Be an interesting thought, wouldn't it? I mean, it's irrelevant because you ain't making any money off ad revenue. Here's Omos. Amin, shout out to you. See you later, buds. Who won, Randy or Omos? We've been at commercial break. Days, can I DM you my week 1 and week 2 fantasy teams? You can do. I don't know that we'd get chance of to have a look at it. You got to make these decisions yourself, buds. That's the aim of the game, innit? They need to go back to Attitude Era, says Jeremiah. No idea if I can make another hour. WWE should make main event a better show and then move that to YouTube. That's a good shout. Yeah, that's a good shout. Right. Omos stepping inside the ring with Randy. So we got Bobby and Goldberg. We've still got that to come. Orton and Omos was announced before. I don't know what else we're getting, in all fairness. Who's the kid? There's a standee of a kid. Someone's got like a poster of a kid, cardboard cutout of a kid, dressed as John Cena. It's weird. What do you think about Baron Corbin stealing the briefcase? It's just a bit silly, isn't it, really? I mean, he can't do anything with it. But I suppose he could get into... he could upset Big E and get a match maybe for it. So maybe we're going that way. Perhaps going to get Big E versus Baron Corbin with the briefcase on the line. So we could get that come out of it. There's going to be a DQ. I think Riddle is going to somehow interfere, says Ryan. Baron Corbin would be suspended for that, says Keisha. Sasha was with Kalisto. Kalisto just announced he has COVID, so that answers that. Right, we've got Omos locking up with Randy. Please read. It's to show you my team and the points I have. I DM'd you. Raw is bad, so can you look at that? I've got to watch Raw, bud. Corbin should sell the Money in the Bank briefcase. People would pay good money for the real Money in the Bank briefcase. Big slam by Omos. Corbin could pawn the Money in the Bank briefcase. Someone has a sign saying hello to Beeville and El Paso, and I used to live in El Paso, says Jimmy. Perhaps they're saying hello to you, Jimmy. Perhaps that's what this is. Omos has got Randy. He's kind of crushing at the skull. I like that. That used to be a move I used to do when I was a kid. So, moves, I used to do the full Nelson. Obviously, clotheslines, tombstones. But one is where you put your hands either side of the head and you, like, it's kind of like Crush's Kona Crush. Thinking about it, I mean, anything to do with the head, obviously, is, you know, you shouldn't mess around with that, really, if you're a kid. But we didn't know back then. Honestly, we didn't know. So we'd be like, trying to crush each other's skulls. It was simpler times. But that's what Omos was doing just. Into the corner goes Orton. There's Let's Go Randy chants. Omos charging over, collides into the corner. Randy moves out the way. Kids just being kids. Indeed. Corbin should sell the briefcase to Tony Khan. Why would a legend like Randy Orton team up with a jobber like Riddle? Why would a legend like Randy Orton team with a jobber like Riddle? Well, he did at first because he said he liked him. And then he seems to have had, like, second thoughts, and that's the story they're, like, telling now. Going for the RKO, but Omos pushes Randy Orton out the ring. So, Orton down on the outside. Oh, big kick by AJ. Oh, DQ. That's it. AJ kicks. Oh. Well, there we go. That was that then, wasn't it? That was that. So, AJ kicks Randy. It's a DQ win for Omos. So, Randy down. AJ grabbing Randy. Is a bit of a dead weight, and he throws him into the ring. I mean, Riddle's on his way, surely. Right, AJ getting into the ring. How long's got? I mean, that was very short, wasn't it? So, Omos grabs Randy. Throws him out the ring. AJ just had to work so hard getting Randy into the ring. Like, it was like proper. It was like a dead weight. It was like properly picking him up and like trying to get him into the ring. And then Omos just grabs him and throws him straight back out again. If I was AJ, I'd be like, dude. Into the barricade goes Randy. Randy goes over the barricade. So, Randy is down in the crowd. There's a small "you suck" chant to Omos. Omos grabbing Randy. Picks up Randy. So he's beating up Randy. We've still not seen Riddle come down. Puts him back into the ring. And AJ's taken off his Raw Tag Team Championship. AJ looks like he's going for that phenomenal forearm. And there's Riddle. That pop is huge, man. That pop, when Riddle comes down, that is a big, big pop. Riddle moves out the way of AJ. Big knee. That's good selling by AJ. That was good selling by AJ. Riddle is calling Omos into the ring. AJ's down on the outside. And there's a RK Bro chant. AJ's like really selling this so well. AJ's like stumbling around. This is one of my favourite parts of tonight, actually. Not the match, but like the little post beatdown thing. Great pop when Riddle came out. AJ's selling is brilliant. And AJ gets chucked over the shoulder of Omos. And Omos is making his way out of the building, carrying AJ. So now we've got Riddle in the ring with Randy. Is Randy going to be pleased to see Riddle? Like, what's going to happen here? The crowd is still chanting RK Bro. Riddle helps Randy up. There's a big cheer. He's going to RKO. Look, Randy wants the microphone. Let's see what Randy's got to say. Riddle. Respect is something you must earn. I respected you in the past. It doesn't mean I respect you today. You had my back tonight. You have earned my respect. Riddle's really excited. Yeah, it's happening. RK Bro is back. And there's a big pop for this, you know. People love RK Bro. Riddle puts his hand out. Randy shakes the hand and he even gets a hug. Randy hugs Riddle. Randy. This is working, isn't it? Massively working. Big, big cheer. So, there we go. It's going to be RK Bro versus AJ and Omos. And, wow, yeah. It's working. It's huge. There seems like a Raw tag. Yeah, there will be. Man love. That's great. It's great. I mean, that was probably my favourite segment of the show. I wasn't really into like the DQ little short match thing, but the 5 minutes after was great. Yeah, that was good. That was all right. Love this, says Dom15. They might as well just hand RK Bro the titles. Yeah. RK Bro is coming. This is the worst booking of Randy's career. I said it, says Ryan. RK out of nowhere. Karrion Kross now, yeah. That was alright. I got something from that. Why wasn't Shanky in Retribution? He's named after a weapon. Oh, here's Jeff. It's Jeff versus Karrion. My higher power? Did he just say my higher power? What's that mean? Oh, no, here's Karrion. Karrion attacking Jeff backstage. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tickety-tock. Tick-tock. Right, well, Jeff's down. Hardy versus Cross. Jack. Chuck and Billy. Love. Says Vate Ross Vate. He is the NXT champion. But for how long? Chuck. Here's Karrion making his way down. Double RKO to Omos and AJ from Riddle and Orton to win the tag titles. Jeff's higher power is Mr. McMahon. I didn't quite get what that meant. We've got an advert for Bianca and Sasha. I am the standard. Banks. Belair. Prob's not happening at SummerSlam this weekend. William. Is William around? If William is around, shout out to him. He missed Moist TV. Karrion looks like he should be working for Jiffy Lube. So if Hardy has beat Cross, who is the champ, then shouldn't Jeff get a title shot? If he wants one. James Kenny said, how do you feel? I hope you're feeling all right. I'm sorry for not being on the stream. I've been busy. No worries. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling better after that last segment. I think there wasn't really much on the show for me up until that last bit. But, it's a go home as well. It's a go home. So, I'm looking forward to SummerSlam. I know I keep saying it, but I think RK Bro are super over. That should be fun. I think Cena Roman is going to be massive. I'm interested to see if we do end up getting Bianca and Sasha. Goldberg, Bobby, I'm not that bothered by. Priest against Sheamus should be alright. So, I think the card's looking pretty good. So, yeah, that'll be a good weekend. And I'm really excited for NXT TakeOver. Volta versus Elia 2 is sure to be my match of the weekend. So, very much looking forward to NXT TakeOver as well. Let us never forget that we have that as well. Walker Danger said, I'm high as a kite. Well, fair play. Then it's probably a better way to enjoy Raw than me just sitting here drinking Tenzing, the most refreshing of energy drinks. So fair play to you. Days, enjoy TakeOver. It's the end of the NXT era. Sonny said, I think I finished my poetry book, but I'm not done with my novel yet. Shout out to you, Sonny. I hope you're well, Sonny. I don't feel like I've spoke to you much in a while. I hope you're well. Avery says, Warner Media said that this Friday's Rampage is going to be enshrined in the history of pro wrestling. It must be huge. Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly certain it's CM Punk, as everyone's said and is rumored, and so yeah, I think it's going that way. A lot of people have said, "Do you think it will happen?" All this, but there's too many details. There's too much smoke. There's far too much for it to not be happening. So I will be absolutely stunned if we don't get CM Punk on Friday. I will be absolutely stunned. So, yeah, I think it's certainty. To the point, unfortunately, where I don't even think when he comes out, it'll be like, he's here, kind of a thing, you know? Wow, yeah, it's true, he's here. How does he look? What's the segment like? I don't think it's not going to be like a... Because it's not, is it? All we have now is to keep whatever Adam Cole does a secret. Is the escape pod coming back? Yes, Thursday. I need to just hit up Tommy, but yeah, I think Thursday. Are you doing a SummerSlam prediction stream? Yes, defo. I don't know if it's tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday, but on one of those days. Could be tomorrow. Hardy making his way out. So he was just attacked backstage and he's trying to, in the words of Taylor Swift, shake it off. I was trying to... Drama, can you see? Little bit of drama, look at me. There we go. Little bit of lag. Carrion chokes out Jeff. Carrion chokes Jeff and wins. There we go. We're back. Yeah, a little bit of lag. A little bit of laggy lag. Right, we're backstage with Eva Marie. Here is Doudrop. Jeez Louise. Where's Lily? Yeah. A child could do that. Eva slaps Doudrop twice. She deserves it. She deserves it. Sorry. She deserves it. There's a 24/7 championship defense. Okay. Dang, Eva got hard slaps. Hardy took longer to paint his face than Wrestling Cross. You forgot to mention Seth and Edge as well. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. They just made Pippa look like a chump. A chump. Right, we've got we're at a commercial break. Eva's slap was the only decent thing that she's done so far. Says Shark to PR. Yeah. She basically just said, where's Lily? Why did you not get Lily? This feels like a slap in the face. Do you even know what that feels like? And then slapped her. Days, can you say you get a hug and you get a hug? No. Mark said, I thought that was Alexa walking past in the segment. Ron Cena. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ron Cena says Khali has his own wrestling promotion called CWE. I also think Sting versus Ric Flair cinematic match. Rick still mad he lost to Sting on the last episode of Nitro could work, says Walker Danger. Cross is evil, he's mean, he's a badass, and I can't wait for him to be WWE champion, says Wayne. Austin said Eva Marie versus Alexa is better than Roman versus Cena. I agree. It's better than any match in the history of wrestling. Did Chad Gable compete in the 2021 Tokyo Olympics? No. Will you check after the stream? I'll check my DMs after the stream, yeah. William says T's, V's, big D's, and bleached holes all round. It's great you're here, William. It's great you're here to really push the conversation along. Harley said Seth and Edge, in my opinion, has had the best build out of every match for SummerSlam. Every week the segments have been great. Edge brings the best out of Seth, and the story is good as well. Robin said, Days, what match are you most looking forward to this week? Volta versus Dragunov at TakeOver, which will come to the surprise of no one. Jeff Hardy versus Carrion. Daniel Bryan returns and attacks Carrion. Bryan is back, says Rez. That comment you see from William. There's breaking news. Brock has a contract with WWE. Days, I made some WWE fans mad for saying that Edge is better than Undertaker, says Johnny Gardner. Dude, you'll make some WWE fans for saying anything about WWE. Right, we've got an advert for SummerSlam. I can make the party drop. I can make the party stop. Up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. Right, we have got Bobby Lashley and Goldberg coming up. And some other stuff, which I don't know. £19.95 for SummerSlam if you haven't got the WWE Network. £19.95. I know that's right. We are counting down. Goldberg. What do you think's next for Jeff Hardy? Just more of what he's been doing. I don't know that he's going to have any kind of big feud or anything. I think he's just going to keep bobbing around, being a legend. He's just a name to wheel out, isn't he? Right, we've got a little segment, 24/7 segment earlier today. Here's Reggie. There's no better place to go than the park. Has he not closed his door? Close your door? Why has he not closed the car door? Who gets out of their car and just walks away? What is going on? Right, we've got someone in the bin. And we've got... So I think we've got Tozawa in a bin. And I think we've got R-Truth dressed as a bush. He didn't have the best childhood, but he always knew he could come to the park. He likes to reflect, take in the fresh air. Okay, so R-Truth charges into Akira Tozawa. Someone's going to steal that car. Wild, wasn't it? Okay, he hasn't done any... that was a good little flip. Is that it, though? Ah, there we go. Over the car. That was good. That was good. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll get the views. Vaults over the car. R-Truth and Akira Tozawa arguing at each other. Okay. I hope Jimmy Uso doesn't find that car. Days, the match I'm most looking forward to is Roman Cena, which will probably come as a surprise of me jumping out of the window. So we believe that he left the door open. Well, he did leave the door open. And it didn't get stolen. He went over the car. Nice. They're going to get 50 million views for that. Yep. Gotta give the people what they want. I mean, I must admit, I was watching that segment thinking, this isn't very eye-catching. And then he did the thing over the car, and it's like, there it is. There it is. Are we going to act like he just jumped over the car and then walked off like it was nothing? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? It was, we've been talking about it. It was everything. It was everything. Days, why do people hate Goldberg? He draws ratings. Well, they hate him for a plethora of reasons. His matches aren't very engaging. His fame is built on the 90s, and he hasn't really done much since. He did beat Brock, not like, a good few years ago, but... And there was a bit of interest around him then, but I think people just find him a bit bland, a bit boring. And then, of course, he's won a few matches, like against The Fiend in particular, that people don't think he should have won. So there's a few reasons. Right, what's this? Why is Rhea Ripley coming out? Is this tag match? With Saudi Arabia show confirmed for October, there's a good chance that Goldberg wins and is going to win at SummerSlam. Right. Nikki A.S.H and Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte and question mark. I can make the party stop. I can make your party drop. Up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's up. Nikki and Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte and blah, blah, blah. Rhea does have some cool graphics. Ripley, stop smiling. How are you doing, Taruka? I'm alright. Hope you're well. Mark Clark said so. There's a little bit of lag again. We're hitting a bit of lag every now and again. Seems like my internet's giving up on Raw. Charlotte's partner, Tessa or Mia. I wonder who she found to be her partner. Is Asuka her? Oh, Asuka's not the worst shout in the world. Could be Asuka. Is Becky coming back? Apparently after SummerSlam. But I think we'll see her at SummerSlam. How has Raw been so far? Not for me. Let's put it that way. Not to my personal taste. But some people might have enjoyed it. Charlotte's partner is going to be Nia Jax since Rhea attacked her last week. Lacey Evans is having a baby. I'm thinking Asuka. Days, who do you think will be the mystery opponent? I think Nia's a good shout. Nia or maybe Asuka. I think Nia makes the most sense. Or Shayna. What's Shayna doing? Could be Shayna. Rest with Andy says Linda. James Chadwick said, I think Asuka's stuck in Japan. Daniel said, All Out could be a serious card with Christian facing Kenny. Punk versus Darby could be a possibility. Looks like Moxley might face Tanahashi and Andrade facing Pac, so looks to be a good card. You will not see a better episode of Raw than this week, says Jim. That is true. This is definitely the best episode of Raw this week. You're not wrong. Charlotte with Dana Brooke. I think Dana Brooke's pregnant. I think Dana Brooke's having a little baby Brooke. If I had a crazy one-eyed rabid squirrel that attacked randomly without reason, I would call it Tharuka. Yes. Great. Lily will run Eva over and show the true meaning of all read everything. I need to get a question mark figure. John Morrison needs to turn on the Miz. Yeah, I would say the Riddle AJ match, the Miz Morrison potentially splitting, and the Randy Riddle bit. It's probably been the highlights of Raw. We've got another Elias segment, Burning Guitar. I've had #1 records. He is carrying a tombstone. Music didn't fail me, it just wasn't enough. WWE stood for Walk with Elias. Elias 2017 to 2021. Elias is dead. Elias is dead. No entrance for Nikki A.S.H. Here's Charlotte. Elias is the new Undertaker. Oh, yeah. My Elias. He's here. It is Nia Jax. Oh, God. That's all right, though. Boom, called it, says Austin. Called it. Well done, Austin. So what's Elias's new name gonna be? Under Elias. Elias Taker. She's got big hair again, Nia. She's gone back to her Tina Turner stage. They call it not Bush City living. Boom, 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 boom. Not Bush City living. She's going to go full on Tina Turner. Bum, bum, bum. What did Elias say? He said Elias is dead. And then he had a tombstone. How is it that Enzo losing to Jerry Lawler in a casket match is better than Raw? This match will end in another DQ. Basti, shout out to you. Hope you are well. There we go with Nia. Scooping up Nikki. Trying to put a headlock onto Nia. Oh, she kind of... You see that little... See Nia then dip down low. Oh, stink face? Wow. Do you reckon that's something new that she's going to start doing, Nia? Because before she went over, so Nikki was in the corner. Nia just kind of dipped down low like this, like, yeah, showing off her backside. And then went over to the corner and did a stink face. This feels a little different from Nia. It's an exciting new move for her to botch in the future, isn't it? I'm sincerely worried about Nikki's career with Botcher Jacks. Botcher Jacks. There goes the Raw Women's title match. Someone's getting injured here. Nia is Rikishi. Elias is Taker. The Attitude Era is back. Yay! You're absolutely right. If you squint, it looks like the Attitude Era. Who's that guy with the tombstone? Is that Undertaker? Is that Rikishi in black and Tina Turner hair? You're absolutely right. Oh, it's all the same, innit? Who have you got for the UFC main event? I haven't even looked into it, but haven't even looked into it. We've just come through like Premier League, so yeah, I don't tend to look at UFC until I get a bit closer to it. Normally because the fights can get cancelled. Harley says, well, I think, is it Cannonier and Gastelum this weekend? Because I'd be leaning to Gastelum, if so. But I can't really back it up with anything, because I haven't done the research behind it. I always like to have a look, see what the odds are saying, see what the current win-loss record is and all of that, but just gut feeling. I'd go with Gastelum. SummerSlam has got 10 matches. The last pay-per-view to have more than 8 besides Mania, I think, was Survivor Series in 2019. If Nia is Rikishi, she'll join the Bloodline. Is Elias going to have a dark gimmick now? We don't know. We just know that Elias is dead. So what his new gimmick is going to be, not too sure. I mean, they're really pushing the fact that his gimmick is dead and there's that kind of imagery. So maybe it will be a little darker, but it ain't going to get that dark. This is Raw. Like, it's only going to get as dark as Lily and Alexa. I want to see Johnny Mundo in WWE as a heel. Elias should have broken the Undertaker's streak. I don't see Elias doing a dark gimmick. I wonder what his gimmick's going to be if it's not music. At SummerSlam, Eva... So, at SummerSlam, Eva's actually going to wrestle. Apparently so. Just when we thought that SummerSlam couldn't get any better, they found a way. They found a way. They actually found a way to make SummerSlam even better. Don't forget as well, if you are shopping at Euroshop, days 10 will save you 10%. No benefit to me whatsoever. But I'd like it to get used. Back elbow by Nikki. The perfect way to make Raw better: squint, poke yourself in the eye, stand on your head, bash your head with a crowbar, watch anything with Rosie O'Donnell at the same time, and it won't seem as bad. Duck underneath by Rhea Ripley. We've got Charlotte, and headbutt there by Rhea Ripley on Charlotte. Elias is going to be called Almost Elias. Scream from Rhea. Nice kick to the midsection. Nice suplex by Rhea. She's so good, Rhea. So good. She's just burst into the ring and she's really got, like, so much confidence in her abilities. Like, she shows no sign of... Like, she looks like a veteran, Rhea. Yeah, look at the intensity from Rhea screaming in the corner. Looking for a missile dropkick, but Charlotte moves out the way. And there's Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler watching, keeping an eye on things. Into the ropes goes Rhea on the shoulders of Nia. Samoan drop. Charlotte lost her daddy. Elias was fake Undertaker at SummerSlam 94. Is she going for a bonsai? I tell you, in this match, Nia has really been using her rump quite a bit. There, she was like on the top, and she was like slapping her backside and everything. It looked like she was about to do a bonsai drop. Someone's been watching some old school wrestling. Nia and Charlotte win. Dun, dun. There's only 15 minutes left. Did you know this? Has anyone ever told you? 15 minutes. Send Nia to face Roman. He'll give up. That was a fast count. Didn't see much of Nikki. Didn't see much of Nikki at all. That was more like Charlotte and Rhea. Nia is trying to make her whole relevant again. Okay, little interview. Right, we've got to be building. First of all, we'll go to a commercial break, and then after we'll get the Bobby Goldberg face-to-face, won't we? That's coming. Nia's been watching a little bit of Moist TV. Oof, oof. I thought that was the last match. No. There is no one left. Mark my words. Randy Orton will despise Riddle within the next 5 days. Goldberg. Here we go. Getting the entrance now. Right, main event time. Time for our main event. Some words. Yeah. Goldberg. 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 Days, I know you're not into Marvel, but can you check out the Shang-Chi trailer to see your thoughts? I know you won't. At least we're on the same page, Saruka. At least we're on the same page. Fun fact, J14 loves Goldberg. Oh, I have heard this. Yeah, I did. I saw on... I think... Doesn't J14 run Goldberg's Stan account? Yeah, I called Goldberg 14. Yeah, well, here you go, Jay. I don't know if you're still around, buddy, but your man is in the ring right now. Goldberg is here. Harley said, Days, I believe in myself, and if you believe in yourself, you could almost be Nia Jax. Listen, mate. I do a lot of sitting on this sofa eating Haribo. I could almost be Nia Jax. William said, this really does make me think Wyndham will be back. Maybe Braun and Bray, Fiend and Funhouse Bray would be amazing. What makes you think that they'll be back? That Goldberg's here. Nikki lost twice. She's winning, isn't she? Probs. Austin said, yes, Jay has got that Stan account. Days has finally read one of those after Austin has tried for over a year. Yeah, I try to ignore him as much as possible, in all fairness, Jay. It's just better for my health. It's under doctor's advice. I'm only meant to read 2 Austin 316 messages each stream. Any more than that's just not good for the old ticker. Vargas says, Roman makes it a habit to see Cena do something new. What if Cena finally shows what happened to him after the fight with The Fiend? So rude. Sorry. Who do you think will end Bobby's title run? That's hard. That's hard because it's hard to say who it's going to be. I don't think beating Bobby is that big of a deal. I mean, I do think that Riddle has got a title in his future, but not anytime soon. It's hard to say. Might not be anyone on Raw right now. It could be he loses it after the draft. So it's hard to say, like, who is that? Who's the massive face? I would say the biggest face on Raw is Riddle. I think he gets the biggest reaction. I mean, other than that, Drew, but we've already had Drew, so I can't see it being him. There just doesn't seem like there is anyone. Damian Priest isn't ready. Who else is there? Can all you smarks stop with the Goldberg hate, says Jeremiah. There will not be a new Fiend. I think there is going to be a new Fiend. I think there's going to be a new Fiend. I think he's going to appear at SummerSlam. And I think it's going to be played by Goldberg. I think Goldberg is going to be the new Fiend. I think he's going to come out. Dun, dun, da 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 da. Da 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 da, and out he comes dressed as the Fiend, and he's going to come out like this, and instead of going "You're next," he's going to go "Yowie wowie," and he's going to make his way down to the ring. Da 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 da, and everyone is going to love it. It's going to be so popular. So that's my thoughts. Sonny says, no! Okay, I'll put you down for being against it. Okay, I've put you in the no column. Austin said, I would turn off my TV. That would be the worst thing ever. So I'm thinking no. I'll put you down as being on the fence. I've popped you down on the fence. Mr. Williams says, now that's what I'm talking about. I hate that you've even put that into my head. Right, here we go. We're back. Dave, you have a better Thruka. Shout out to you. Da, 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 da. I would rather that Corbin cash in than see that. Days, don't you mean Oldberg? Oldberg, Goldberg. It's all the same, innit? Imagine Goldberg doing the Bella's entrance. You can look, but you can't touch. You're next. You can look, but you can't touch. Here we go. He's off. You got 7 minutes, mate. There's something important he needs to address. That's a brilliant idea. Fiendberg. 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 What the hell? There's his son. San Antonio. On your feet. Alright, there's his son. Well done. Now, son. What's going on? You're the reason why I came out of retirement. Ah, so it's your fault, stupid boy. Tell you what, that son's got a target on his back now. I need you front and center to experience who Goldberg is. Who your father is. Your father's a douche. If I was Bobby Lashley, that's what I'd come out and say. Hey, boy, you're here to experience who Goldberg is. He's the guy that beat the Fiend and upset a lot of people. It's his son's fault. Boo, I will destroy that kid. Shola said, hurry up, no one cares. He cut the same promo when he challenged Bryce. True, yeah. Goldberg's still going to be cutting that promo in 30 years. You've been doing a lot of talking. In a few years, that kid will be wrestling. He will be wrestling. We'll have the Goldbergs versus the Mysterios, won't we? Are you overcompensating for something? And Goldberg's like, no, I'm not. You thought you could be the Goldberg of old. So, to his son is the reason he's back. Bobby put him in the Hurt Lock. What if the best in the world AEW is talking about is Shane McMahon? And that would be a surprise. He's more ferocious than you. He's more explosive than you. He's more dangerous than you. Right. I would have booed that kid. Am I a bad person? No. San Antonio are bad people for not booing the kid. It's going to be the 3,100. Roman, Seth, Cena will all be dead, and Goldberg will still be challenging for the WWE Championship. Walk away. Save yourself the embarrassment. Yeah, walk away. Grab your Zimmer frame. Walk away. I'm going to give you that moment. I wonder if this is going to be the end of his career, in all fairness. I mean, this could be it for Goldberg. This could be his last match. Title match, SummerSlam against Bobby. This could be the final time we see Goldberg. If this is how it ends, It's not the worst. Goldberg said Lashley, that's bull. Beep. Lashley goes for a strike. Spear by Goldberg. Goldberg spears Lashley, gives a little wink to the kid. The kid's jumped over. What's going on? The kid shows off his guns. Days, have you watched the new show Heels? No, bud, no. Why is Goldberg always yelling? His hearing's going. He has to shout so we can hear what he's saying. I don't give a flip about this kid. Why are they showing this kid like I'm meant to care? I don't care. I don't care about this guy. I don't tune in to watch children. Do I? Don't care about him. Don't care about Dominic Mysterio. There's too many children around. Well, do you know what? It's done, isn't it? It's the end of the show. The show is over. The show is over. Imagine if Brock came out and speared the Sun. There goes Goldberg and spoiled Bratberg. Bratberg? Why are there a bunch of kids in blue shirts in the front row? Because just bring your friends along to Raw, innit? Days doesn't like children, hate children. Children are the worst. The only thing worse than children are adults. Total rubbish. Get in your full-time scores. Get in your full-time scores. Full-time scores. Full-time scores. What the flip are your full-time scores? His kid is younger than me. He's a minor. Is he? That's a hard job. That's a hard job. Do you know, I've got a new... If he is, I've got a newfound respect to him because that takes guts. Hard work, going constantly down in a mine. Fair play. Those must have been his mining friends. 3 out of 10, boring. 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 6.5. Burn It Down said good but not great, 6.5. 4 out of 10, 6.6, 5, 7.5. Big Boy Dally says 7.5, 4.5, 6.5. Lots of 5s. I think 5 is the average score. 6.5, 3.5 says Butter Spark. Butter Park? Welcome to Butter Park. 4.7, lackluster ending, says LB. 5, 5, 4, 4.7, 7.5. Goldberg versus Ric Flair, let's do it. 3.5, 5. Remind me to never let Days babysit my kids. 2, 5.5. I reckon there's a lot of 5s. I feel like the average of this is about a 5. I mean, I must admit, I would probably be lower than that. I would struggle personally to find 5 things on this show that really grabbed me, that did anything for me. Like, I kind of feel like I'd probably be at about a 3 if I was going to rate it honestly. If I was going to honestly rate it, I'd probably be down there. But this is just not a show that caters to my tastes. It just isn't what I look for with wrestling. So I can't rate it. I can't rate it. I can't. If I was to rate it honestly, I'd be down in like a 3. But this isn't a show that's aimed at me, so it's pointless me rating it. I think the best thing to do with Raw going forward is to try and give it an average score of what the chat has said. So this is not my score, but I think a fair average score from the chat would be a 5.75. I think that is a fair average score from the chat. Jay says 4.5. Jay Swiss says 2.5. Shark PR says 3. But Harley says 6.25. J14 says 4.5. Zubus says 1. Brendan says 6.25. 9.32. This was a stinker Raw, says No Cap Popeye. I'm gonna put community score as an average. I wonder if there's a way. I think there must be a way. I'll tell you what I want to try and find to do. There must be a way of getting an average community score. Rather than people just putting in their scores at the end, there has to be a way of getting like somewhere to go to put. Everyone puts their scores and then it spits out an average. Like there must be a website that can do that. So I'll have to have a look, see if I can find that, because I think that would be really useful for future Raw episodes. So, yeah. Well, it's done. Go Home show is done. We've got NXT tomorrow. I think there's a chance we'll do the SummerSlam things tomorrow as well. We've got AEW on Wednesday. I don't know what we're doing Thursday, but Friday we've got SmackDown. Obviously this weekend we got SummerSlam and TakeOver as well. So there's loads on the way. Loads on the way. Yeah, I will go. Just want to read this from Philip, though. Philip said, Days, if Bobby beats Goldberg, who would you like to see put an end to the reign? Who would you book if you was in charge? I think it'd be very difficult, because I think, to be honest, I would wait for a draft and move a few people around. I don't see anyone being built up that could take that title. The person that I think should take the title, I don't see anyone that should, but Riddle is the most over. So, yeah, Riddle is the most over, but I don't know that his time is right for him to do it. Damian Priest can't take it. I mean, there is no one. Where are the baby faces that could take that title? We're seeing matches with, like, Mansoor, Damian Priest, Riddle. I mean, where are the big baby faces? The biggest they've got by a country mile is Drew, and I wouldn't put it on Drew. I wouldn't put it on Drew. So I think you've got to just get by until there's a draft, and then see if there's a better option then, because there's probably a few people over on SmackDown that deserve it. Like, you could pull the trigger on Cesaro if you wanted. Pull the trigger on Nakamura. Like, there's probably some people over there that could get it, but I could not give you a name on Raw. Big E, could go with Big E. Put it on Goldberg. Keith needs a lot of building. We haven't seen him. Needs a lot of building. I don't think Keith's ready for a world title run. Morrison is going to turn on Miz. Miz versus Morrison. Morrison would be a huge pop if he became champion despite being a heel. I think he needs a feud first. I mean, we haven't seen. I mean, like, Morrison going straight after the title after doing all this awful comedy. I mean, I kind of feel like he needs a feud, at least one feud first. I mean, he hasn't held a mid-card title or anything, so I don't know. I don't see the person that's ready for the title. I mean, we're talking about the WWE Championship, a title that Mr. Perfect never held, a title that British Bulldog never held, Jake the Snake never held. So now it's just like, who is the person to take it off Bobby? And it feels like the options are all very much bottom of the barrel. Very much bottom of the barrel. I would get to a draft and then do a draft, because I think there's some better options over on SmackDown than there is over on Raw at the moment. Right, we're done anyway. Appreciate the support and people watching. I hope you enjoyed Raw. If you didn't, well, don't worry about it, because it's finished. So if you didn't, yeah, don't worry, it's over. And we will be back tomorrow for NXT. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching, and have a great evening wherever you are.
Bye for now.